Good afternoon and welcome to Tuesday, April 18th at the Board of County Commissioners. We are going into a special meeting to discuss upcoming resolution of the Board of County Commissioners to revise and establish Commissioner District boundaries. We have Ingrid Gruder and Clint Anderson to explain to us just what that means.
Hi there. Well, as you know, we are required by statute after each federal census to revise or alter the commissioner districts to make them as nearly equal in population as possible, and in no event more than a 5% deviation between the most populous and the least. We have three options for you. Our main goals are that they don't analyze political affiliation, racial or economic disparity, hot button issues, candidate and office holder favorability, or any issues that may constitute gerrymandering. The census population growth is first and foremost consideration. These all attempt to follow existing special district boundaries, municipal boundaries, and geographical features. Clint is going to present the options. A few things to keep in mind. The census block geometry changed with the last census and impacted the current boundaries. In all options, District 4 needs to be reduced to comply with the statutory objective of 5% variance. And we tried to have minimal impact on neighborhoods, subdivisions, and that's all taken into account. We have, I know you had this in your packets, we have some 11 by 17 hard copy printouts. If you want to make notes, we can pass them out.
I'd love to have one.
Okay. Sure.
Oh.
Yeah, me too.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sure. Okay.
Alrighty.
You up.
So as Ingrid mentioned, we do have new census blocks to consider. Normally, census block geometry doesn't change all that much between decennial censuses. However, this time around, we do have a considerable amount of changes for our county, especially in rural regions. So the census in 2020 has 808 blocks, and in 2010, when the census was done, we had 1,164 blocks. So we have considerably fewer blocks this census, which has altered the existing Board of County Commissioner boundaries in specific areas. So first, before we start anything, is we have to identify how the 2020 census blocks deviated from the 2010 census blocks and figure out what our population count is now. So with the help of GIS, they helped import the census blocks into their GIS technology and created layers. And they could determine the difference in block geometry. We have an interactive map here that shows specific areas where
Sorry, we can't see the big TV right in front of you.
Oh, sorry.
We're getting caught up here.
so we have designed a
There
map
it is.
That's the
that's
first one.
interactive that'll show us where the difference is based on the 2011 adopted boundaries compared to the 2020 census.
Can you explain how the census geometry changed? Is it just the squares got bigger to include a
Yeah.
certain number of people? Is that how we should think about
That's
that?
exactly how it is,
Okay.
especially in the rural, less populous regions. Blocks were combined, or I think that's how it happened. I don't necessarily know all of the pieces that go into what they do for the census.
Right. Okay.
But these blocks that were an issue for our new boundaries, they're really not an issue when it comes to areas of community interest. They're not really adjusting our population all that much, but we do have to adjust the boundary to accommodate and really know what our population is today.
Okay. Thank you.
Let me see if I can everyone see my screen?
Yep. Can you go full screen on that by any chance? 'Cause you're still kind of a page within it.
Yeah.
How do I do that? To make that go full screen.
You can click on the, see in the right corner of the map, there's that little expansion button.
Right.
That'll take it out.
Oh, it's got something covering it on his screen.
If you click this, like that, yep.
There we go.
Try this, oh, there you got it.
So that's full screen mode.
Okay, great, that's good.
All right. Trying to position this so we can see the before and after. So this is the 2011 adopted boundary. And as I move the slider, it's going to show where we have a deviation in census block geometry. So we have a section right here. And if I zoom in, the before and after, you can see the change. The red is 2020's census block geometry. And the shaded, it's kind of hard to see the shaded on the screen, but that was the boundary for our 2011 adoption. So in all of these areas, it's not really impacting communities, as they're not really, they don't have population in them. Or if they do, it's very minimal. So we have a spot here. Some spots along the eastern boundary of District 4. Some very minor areas around District 2 and District 3. But more significantly, we have this area right here. And as I stated before, this is a really rural area, not very populated. The reason why it looks like this is because this census block is massive. So it's this whole region right here. So if we were to try to keep this stuff in District 3, it would move this entire block over to District 3. So instead, we are using this side of the census block as our adjustment. But it does look significant when you see it on the map.
Where is that?
Up above Lanedo, looks like.
Above Lanedo?
Yeah.
Red Mountain, Hunter Creek.
That is, so all of that would go into 5.
Some of it is in District 1.
One, yeah.
So this section here,
If you
Is-
look at the first one here, you can see it in the red.
this is going into 1 and this is going into 3. Or 5.
5.
Sorry. So when we look at our population after doing our boundaries based on 2020's info, oops. We come up with these population numbers. More specifically, we're looking for a target after adding all this together and dividing by 5 of around 3,473 population for each district. Using that as our metric, we can see that we are just slightly off for District 1, 2.89% difference in District 2. District 3 is is considerably lower at minus 5.87%. District 4 is considerably higher, 3790, which is 8.73%, and District 5 is our lowest at negative 6.36%. If we take our high to low, that means we're at 15.07%. Statutorily, we need to get this down to 5.
Can I, quick question?
Sure.
I was looking at John Ely's letter. Looking at John Ely's letter to us regarding being a home rule county, I'm not quite sure where the line is, what applies and what doesn't. Do we have to do this, or is this just something we want to do?
That letter was more in addressing whether or not you all would be appointing a commission, a board to
Got it, okay.
do this
So it's
whole
about appointing
thing.
a special commission to do this.
Exactly.
But we have the choice of doing it ourselves, that's why we're here today.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So in order to get down to 5%, we're gonna have to reduce District 4 considerably while increasing Districts 3 and 5. 1 and 2 can stay the same, and in all of our options, 1 hasn't changed. In one of our options, 2 has changed by 11 voters. So really our focus is 3, 4, and 5. So if I look at our first option, and we do have these options set up so that they're progressively more impacting on communities and jurisdictions. So option 1 is the option we consider to be the most minimal or the least impacting on communities of interest.
Now, when you say communities of interest, I'm sorry, are you talking about caucuses or special groups or just citizenry?
The main areas of interest we are focusing on are municipal boundaries, special district boundaries, and school boundaries.
Okay.
We try to follow the precincts when we can. In option 2, I'll show an example of that. However, precincts are really for caucuses. Board of County Commissioner districts, not so much. So the options that we are presenting don't really consider the impact on a precinct as much as municipalities and special districts.
Okay, thank you.
I have 2 questions.
Is there any discussion of getting rid of precincts at the state level at all?
No idea.
And is population growth in Snowmass Village what is driving the increase in numbers in District 4?
We believe so.
Okay,
Yeah.
got it. Thanks.
So option 1 is our least impactful. It's the option that looks the most similar to our current adoption of district boundaries. This section here of District 4 is relocating into District 5. And then this section here of District 4 is relocating into District 3. So if we look at that a little closer, this is the area moving over into District 5. And it's everything north of East Sopris Creek Road. This does impact Gateway and these other communities in here.
So Gateway moves to District 5.
Correct.
Correct.
And then for this side that's moving into District 3, this is really the Wildcat Ranch, Wildcat Road, and up to the Divide, Watson Divide.
And then kind of the west side of Snowmass Creek Road, right, as it comes up from Old Snowmass?
Correct.
Yeah.
So everything on the west side of this road is going over into 5 or 3. So with this approach, these are our adjusted numbers. Districts 1 and 2 haven't changed. District 3 has increased by 137 voters, or a population of 137. And District 4 is reduced by 306 people. District 5 has increased by 169 people, bringing our deviation under 5%. So this would comply with statute. Then we have option 2, which is a little bit more ambitious. So with this one, we are recalling that the school district boundary runs up here. It doesn't follow it perfectly because of census block geometry, but this does separate school districts in a better way. So the Roaring Fork School District is up here, Aspen School District is over here. And this is pretty much the line that it follows.
Which line are you pointing
So
to? On the west side of
This,
District?
yeah, this is the west side of District 4. So if I look at the interactive map,
That's the Basalt School District, the west side of District 4?
Roaring Fork.
Roaring Fork,
So
Fork.
the east side of Snowmass Creek Road, I drove school bus there for 3 years, and I picked up a lot of kids on the east side of Snowmass Creek Road going to the Basalt schools.
They
I
were out of
think-
district, I think.
I think that is in the Roaring Fork School District, actually.
right. So by doing this, we're helping that side be more contiguous with Roaring Fork School District. So that the east side, or basic District 4 is Aspen School District with this redrawing.
Can I go back for a sec to just your first option?
Sure.
Does it mean the Gateway subdivision ends up being in the, or is it already in the Roaring Fork School District? It is already. Okay.
It's not changing.
That doesn't
school
change the
district.
school district. They
Doesn't.
don't change regarding the school district.
Yeah, we're not changing school district boundaries.
Got it, okay.
We're just trying
Thank
to
you. I was
realign
getting confused.
BOCC to
Copy
be with
that.
those.
I'll figure
Is-
this
Is
out.
Gateway just when you
So-
come up, so Snowmass
Help us
Creek?
understand
On
the
the right side.
benefit to having these boundaries line up. Like, as far as policy work, it doesn't,
matter
doesn't
that much.
matter too much, right? Like, we operate as a board, our district boundaries don't really matter that much.
I agree with that. And we also vote at large.
Right.
So everyone is represented. They can vote for the whole board and is represented by the whole board. So I agree, it's less meaningful in that situation.
Is there meaning for elections?
Not really. I mean,
Who can run?
we could look at ballot styles that we would produce for an election if the school boards are running elections. We would have certain ballots that go to one precinct versus another. But we're not really adjusting any precinct boundaries. I don't believe we would be creating any new ballot styles by adjusting our BOCC districts.
Okay, thank you, that's
Yep.
helpful.
But it does affect who can run in the different areas.
Absolutely, that's a big thing. Yep. So in option 1, I failed to mention this, in option 1, all commissioners remain in their districts. However, with option 2, by making this adjustment, Commissioner Child would no longer be living in District 4. However, statute does provide a commissioner to serve the remainder of their term in the event of redistricting.
Is that supported by our home rule charter?
It is as well. It's in both statute and home rule.
So this also affects our Open Space and Trails Board. So Michael Kinsley is the District 4 representative on the Open Space and Trails Board. And in a couple of these options, he would be moved out of District 4. And then, I don't know if that means he would have to resign, or if he could serve out the length of the term that he's in.
Yeah, and I'm not sure about the bylaws, but
can
since
serve
our
as term.
charter and statute both say commissioners can serve out, I don't know if that means also these board appointments can serve out their term in the event of redistricting.
What's that?
They can.
They can't.
So it's only in the option 1 that Michael Kinsley would be moved out of District 4.
Right, but he could serve out the remainder of the term. So that's,
Is there a deadline when we have to decide this? I mean, I'm sure there is a deadline. What is the deadline?
It has to be done by September 30th.
So we have some time. And is this, what is the public process going forward? Do we have 2 readings still going forward once we settle on one? Or
we
public
have a first
hearing?
reading and a second reading next month.
Or is this the
so-
first reading today?
This isn't technically a reading because we haven't brought a resolution forward yet, right?
Does the special meeting, as I understand it, when we set it up with Jeanette, was so that the we got on the 7th, the public notice out, and that we would have the 30 days from, this meeting to the final meeting, I think on May 24th. So that's why they turned this into a special meeting, as I understand it.
Yeah. And then next Wednesday is when we were going to bring forward a resolution. Yeah. And then a month from then, we would have the second reading.
Because we're acting as the redistricting commission right now, not as the BOCC.
Right, yeah.
So, are you ready for my comments?
Sure, go ahead.
I lost a lot of sleep this weekend because of this. Because of the effect it has on my neighborhood. I'm in the Snowmass Capitol Creek Caucus, which all 3 of these proposals break my caucus into 2 or 3 commissioner districts. And the way it is currently, each caucus, pretty much there might be a few deviations, but each caucus will have commissioners go to their caucus meetings. Or they'll have 1 commissioner normally because that's the one in their district. So if any of these proposals are passed the way they're written, 2 things could happen. One, we would have 2 or 3 commissioners feeling like they should be going to the Snowmass Capitol Creek Caucus meeting, or conversely, they're thinking, oh, one of the other commissioners can cover this, it's only a small part of my district and I'm not gonna bother. So it would have an impact on the commissioners' lives or on the amount of representation that the caucus district the caucus area is feeling that they're getting from the commissioners. They might be getting no attention, or they might be getting almost too much attention.
Right.
So that's one concern. I would like to, and this is what he's lost a lot of sleep over, trying to concoct a way that we could keep every caucus in the whole county as much together as possible within one commissioner district.
Right. And we have been laboring to look at the options, look at the blocks that are available for adjustment. No matter what we do, District 4 must shrink.
I realize that, yeah, by the numbers.
So
Another second concern of mine is the town of Snowmass Village, and some of the options is being split.
yeah,
That's the
think
third
the town-
option.
that's option 3.
Yeah, I
So-
think the town of Snowmass Village should stay in one commissioner district.
Which that would then mean option 1 would be more preferable.
Or option 4, which I will.
Which, and
I'll
what
present
we,
here in a minute.
what we can propose at the end here is that we would like feedback on minimal changes to be made.
Mhm.
We have been looking at every corner of 4 and determining what areas we can move. But there's going to be areas affected no matter what.
So let me toss this idea out. It is a radical change.
Steve, can I ask that we get through the options?
Yeah, did you finish option 3 yet?
No,
did.
we
Oh,
haven't
go
gotten
ahead
to
and finish
three.
option 3
Thank
first.
you.
Sorry, I was
So
thinking,
I'm going to go back to option 2 real quick.
Hmm.
This option gives us a variance of 4.58%, which would bring us into compliance. But as we have discussed, this will have some impact, specifically in Snowmass Village. Option 3 is our most ambitious option, but we wanted to show the blocks that we can kind of maneuver around to meet our objective. So with this, we keep the same philosophy of option 2 with the western boundary of District 4, trying to make it more closely aligned with the school district boundaries. But also up here, moving this sliver into District 3, including these pieces and this piece. But even still, that wasn't enough because of needing a little bit more to get us below 5%. So we had to grab 11 voters right here and move them into 3.
Where is that?
That's basically the Snowmass Public Works, and I think there's some employee housing upstairs.
That's not
the base of
Snowmass.
Smuggler there.
Yeah.
No, you were in a different spot. I'm sorry, I was thinking of another section. Yeah. Yeah, no, you're at the base Smuggler.
So this option is definitely more ambitious with changes, but we are able to make this one work. 4 is being reduced enough, and 5 and 3 are being increased enough to get us within that variance
And how often do we have to do this?
every census.
Every 10 years?
Yeah.
Okay, so I guess if I could throw in, before we get Steve's option, what are we anticipating for Snowmass Village growth or the city of Aspen growth? And how will can we project how that's going to affect this next time
We can
around?
certainly discuss how that will affect it, but nevertheless, we need to use the 2020 data.
We have to use what's there now, but we can anticipate Snowmass Village growing bigger, faster than everywhere else.
Right.
Which is what created this problem.
Exactly.
Yes, guessing 2 and 4 will grow more. Yeah.
Thank you.
This is the comparison of all of our options when it comes to the data. So option 1, it doesn't quite get more, doesn't quite do as good a job as options 2 and 3, but it still meets our statutory requirement.
Why not? Why doesn't it do as good a job?
Well, the variance is 4.67% versus.
Oh, you're just talking about the
yeah.
numbers, okay.
Yeah,
Thank
just
you.
looking at the numbers purely. And those are our 3 options.
okay, let me.
Okay, Steve.
If I may. Well, I'll go back to the beginning. I believe that the Census Bureau seriously undercounted parts of our county, which to me makes all of this like meaningless. I think the next census, they could easily count 30,000 people in our county, and they'll say, where did all this population growth come from? Well, the people are already here, they just didn't get counted, is what I think happened. So this, going through this exercise to me is a little bit bordering on ridiculous. I realize we're legally required to do it using the numbers they presented to us. If there's any way we could make the census process better in 2030 than it was in 2020, I'd be all in favor of lobbying Congress or whatever to do that. And I worked on the census in 1990. It was fascinating. And we were like meticulous about counting every house and every person in those houses.
Can I ask a really
Maybe they're
question?
not that meticulous anymore, I don't know.
Where's our objection with the census stand?
I was gonna ask the
Is there
same
anything
thing.
that, like, stalls this implementation?
The objection, to my knowledge, did not move forward based on, at the time we were looking at the impacts of revenues, which was not, we did not anticipate this impact. And so, and I do not know off the top of my head if we've missed those deadlines at this point or opportunities to even challenge that.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
So maybe we can learn that for first reading.
Yep.
Thank you.
So, looking at the principles of trying to keep as many of the caucuses intact in one commissioner district as possible, trying to keep Snowmass Village intact without having it split into two districts, to me is important. And no matter how I tried to juggle the numbers, I mean, I don't have the benefit of knowing a map showing the census blocks and how many people are in each. So I was just sort of partly had to speculate on this, but I've come up with what I would call option number 4. And the basis of it is that Snowmass Village would move into district number 3, as well as District 3 would shrink somewhat in size because the whole Woody Creek part of District 3 then would join District number 4. So you would have the Woody Creek caucus area and the upper Snowmass Creek and the Snowmass Capitol Creek caucuses would be the 3 affected caucuses there would in their entirety still be in District 4. I have no idea of the numbers, how many people are in each of those districts at that point. But to me, the sense in doing that would be keeping communities of interest together more. So District 4 would become a sort of a mid-valley rural area, more like District 5 is the down-valley rural part of the county now. District 3 would become more ski area, urban growth boundary centric kind of a district with a different, it's a different type of people living there, a different, the economy's different, all that sort of thing comes into play. But I think it would keep the community of interest of Snowmass Village is more similar to Maroon and Castle Creek and Red Mountain and Smuggler Mountain, because District 3 really wraps around Aspen, and it would be keeping that sort of a similar community together in the newly drawn District number 3. District number 4 is more the people on Snowmass and Capitol Creek and Woody Creek areas are more, it's sort of really bedroom, it's a mix of agriculture and bedroom community for people who commute to Aspen. And then I suppose some retired people too are in that mix, but it's really more of a rural kind of an area, and that area of interest has more similarities, and they could be in one commissioner district together.
The
So-
issue
I don't have the benefit of the numbers. It might be totally out of whack on terms of the population. But I would like you to try to draw that, my proposal, and see what the numbers are from the census blocks and just see.
Here are our census blocks right here for Snowmass Village. And we have confirmed, especially with like option 2, this whole region. Come on.
Come on, load.
Load. It's thinking, it's thinking. Here it is.
This is how small District 4 was shrunk to, and even still, we were over. And option 3 includes the Snowmass Village area.
But that's with
No, don't-
the bulk
three.
of Snowmass Village in
Is
that.
in 4, yeah.
Isn't it?
Right. So with this, Snowmass Village is mostly District 4 as it is, with just a cutout right here with Owl Creek. And this is still at 3405. So the issue is shrinking it smaller and smaller is going to adjust these other districts to be out of whack. Specifically, then we're going to have an issue with District 2.
But he's suggesting you push that to 3, and then 3 would be way out of whack, way too high
Right.
a population.
So it
Or
would
if you-
result in
If you
a
move
big redraw.
Snowmass Village to 3, then you have to take a big chunk of 3 and put it into 4 to balance it. And that's what I don't have the benefit of, how many people are in that whole Woody Creek rural area. It includes, I think, Phillips Trailer Park and
Yeah, it's not much.
different
question.
areas are
Which-
Aspen Village, Trailer Park is in District 3 now. That would go into District 4. So there are, blocks of population moving into District 4 if my proposal worked. I would request that you just run the numbers on that 4th proposal and just see if it's anywhere near imbalance. It might be totally out of balance, and I would understand that, but to me, there's a lot of logic to doing that shift.
Kelly?
Thank you. Do these, or which of these options split Snowmass? Do any of the options split Snowmass Village evenly
No.
into multiple districts, similarly to how Aspen is split?
In all of the options, we've tried to keep Snowmass Village as intact as possible.
Okay.
You tried to keep Snowmass Village as intact? as
Snowmass
possible?
Village.
I wonder if we're getting to a point where that's less necessary or feasible. I'll just say that.
Now, it seems to me that option 2 keeps most of Snowmass Village intact compared to the other 2. Is that correct?
Option 1 doesn't touch Snowmass Village at all.
So all that
Option 3 does.
crisscrossing line to the north? Well, I guess, what do you consider Aspen Village? I thought all the hatch marks meant it was a part of Aspen Village.
In 1?
Sorry,
Snowmass
I was
Village,
referring
you
to Snowmass Village.
Yeah, you were talking about Snowmass, I thought.
Are you talking about Snowmass or Snowmass Village?
I'm sorry.
I mean, the map is labeled as Snowmass
What?
Village.
Are you saying Snowmass and Snowmass Village aren't the same thing?
Yes.
Those are the same, yeah.
What? No. Well, Old Snowmass is, you
I'm
have
not talking about Old
Snowmass.
Snowmass.
Yeah, okay.
I'm just talking about Snowmass Village, where we go skiing and, where there's a million buildings and stuff. So on 1, all that hatch marking that's now covered with red, that's not part of Snowmass Village?
believe so.
That's Wildcat, Francie, because Snowmass Village annexed Wildcat.
Yeah, the town of Snowmass Village boundary does go all the way down to Highway 82.
That's what I thought, so, okay.
But that's Wildcat, is
Okay.
that section that,
Yeah. And-
Okay,
and-
so option 1, you're saying that's only Wildcat. If you were actually to sort of arrive just past the golf course at Snowmass Village, that's all kept together now. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, because Brush Creek comes up here and here's the golf course.
Wait till I find your cursor. Yeah, okay, so Wildcat and the dump, the landfill,
Mm-hmm.
is now going to be in
3.
a different,
3.
oh, 3, okay. Okay, and then, so this is downtown Snowmass. And then the next one, that southeast corner on option 2 of Snowmass, where is that in real life?
Owl Creek.
In words.
Maintenance facility?
Is that like all those big houses
No.
on the way to Snowmass, those ranches and stuff?
Meadow Ranch
Yeah,
area, I
Meadow,
think.
yeah, that's what I was wondering.
On 2.
Maybe Faraway Road, perhaps.
Where we're gonna run that oil line, that pipeline, it's that area? Okay, so there's Brush Creek coming up. So if I'm going up Owl Creek, so does it go as far as Two Creeks? The ski area, Two Creeks?
Two Creeks Drive is in District 3
On option 2.
on option 2.
So it does, so, and so the mountain, part of the mountain then goes into District 3.
So that's 2 Creeks, yeah.
Okay, thank you, that's what I needed to know. Well, do we have anything more to talk about if we're gonna have another plan come forward? I mean, what's your sense on that it's gonna make too much population in 3?
Our task is to bring the most minimal change to the board. If we want a bigger redraw, we would encourage an appointment of an advisory committee to do the redistricting.
Really?
Yeah, well, yeah.
Because that would be an entire redraw.
Because, yeah, in reading our direction, it says, options with possible de minimis adjustments.
So we would have to convene an advisory committee. They would have to get together, they would have to bring you results by early August, so you could draw the maps, have it ready by September, what'd you say, 30th?
Everything would have to be done and approved and posted to the state and et cetera.
I'm sorry, I can't quite hear you.
It would have to be, everything would have to be approved, resolutions done, everything posted with the state agencies and all that, yes. I don't know, Rise here, if you guys have questions for him, that's
Yes, advise us, please, Counselor.
part of that, the letter that I attached from John Ely about doing commission, yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so what is the question? Hi, it's a question, Richard Neely.
Okay, so we've just been informed that if
You wanna do the
we want to
bigger-
look at another option where Snowmass goes into District 3 and then Woody Creek goes into District 4, so a redraw of what they've brought us so far, which sounds like you think is a very big thing. That would require getting an advisory board together or advisory committee together to look at this and make recommendations back to the board between now and the end of August.
My understanding is of the statute that is correct. If you want to make more than a minor change to the districts, then the way the statute reads is to convene an advisory committee to advise the redistricting commission, which you all are sitting as the board, as the redistricting commission. Not to throw a wrench in the whole works, but compliance with, because we're a home rule county, we don't necessarily have to comply 100% with the statute. So we can kind of modify the procedure a little bit if we wanted to, but it sounds like from a practical perspective, it might be hard for Clint and Ingrid to do what you're suggesting, but I'm not exactly sure what. And I know the goal from the start, and let me rephrase, the goal from the start has to comply with the statute as closely as possible, but it's not necessarily a requirement because we're a home rule county.
And part of the statute is to minimize the
Disruption.
minimize the changes to the different districts.
The statute suggests that if you're going to make more than a minor change to the districts, that an advisory committee should be put together to help advise this
Suggests,
board.
but doesn't demand.
Well, I don't know at what point you go from a minor or a de minimis change to a larger one, but I think Ingrid's probably correct. If you're going to make such a large change, the statute would require that an advisory board be put together to advise on that.
Steve?
So I feel like each of the three
Has to look over
options
this
we've
one
already
while
done are not minor changes to me. It like fractures my neighborhood. I've been
Okay.
getting phone calls from people who live in my neighborhood who are really upset about this whole thing. To me, what you've proposed already is not a minor change, and looking at one other one that's also not a minor change, it would be right in line with what the work that's already been done. It's similar. All of them have like pretty major changes to, a big chunk of the middle part of the valley.
Greg?
Question, would the caucuses be required to reform based on the districts they're in? No. So it doesn't have an effect. Caucus can still be a caucus and
Right.
do what they are.
Caucuses are really based on precincts.
I don't support going to a different reworking with a new committee. I just think it's a waste of our time and their energy and time, because I'm not sure what the actual difference would be or the value would be. But what I can say is I'm pretty certain that if we put Snowmass Village into District 3, District 3 is going to have 7,000 people. So then you've got to figure out how to take 3,000 people out of District 3, and that's going to be a lot more than Woody Creek. So you were basically rejiggering the whole thing. And I know I could see your point, trying to keep the rural areas together and the ski areas together, but I think we'd be carving Maroon and Castle Creeks out of District 3, which gets rid of the ski areas on that side to accommodate. So I just don't see
Castle
the point.
would still be in District 3, Castle Maroon.
Well, it depends on how many, you're trying to get rid of population in District 3. So you may have to go as far as Highlands, to push Highlands out of District 3 into, so I just don't see the point.
I'll take Highlands in 5.
We divvy it all up. So I'm just saying, I don't see the point in trying to second guess the experts with what we're doing here. And as maybe it kept you up all night, but I'm not sure there's anything real about what keeps them up. The caucus can have 3 commissioners represented, and they can invite all 3, and they'll probably show up if they're invited. And I think that's a bonus rather than a detraction, personally. So I would say no. I'm not going to advise that we go back to the drawing board. I'm going to say we choose one of these. I'm happy with option 1 personally, but I could be convinced on one of the others. Thank you.
Yeah, I guess for me, I continue to just think that it might make sense at this point to split Snowmass Village, because the next time around, our de minimis update will be how do we further parse population because of Snowmass Village. So maybe the time is now, and I don't think it's bad for Snowmass Village to have multiple commissioners representing them, even though obviously we all represent. So, so if there's going to be any redraw, that is where I would sort of start to lean to, just anticipating what next steps will come before this board.
So for you, that's option 2?
No, because I don't think it does enough to split up the population of Snowmass. Because I do understand Steve's concern. I mean, I will note there is population of the county that is not represented by any caucus at all. My entire district, in fact. But in the areas where the caucuses are meaningful and functional, I do think it could make sense to try and keep those together as much as possible, because even though there's not voting boundaries aligned with them, there's political boundaries that are more meaningful to this board. Like the political boundary of the school district isn't super meaningful to our board because no individual commissioner is going to do work with the school board, right? We're working on a board-to-board basis. So I would just support sort of Steve's concerns, albeit not necessarily the solution he's designed. So that's, I don't know how that cogs you guys up at all, or if there's any support on this board to further explore that, but that's more of where I would lean.
Steve, so in option one, so the upper Capitol Creek area, that's everything above, like, if you go up Snowmass Creek and you take a right, it's everything to the left of that road as you go out, right? So all the way to East Cypress. That keeps you fairly intact, doesn't it, in option one?
It keeps it fairly intact. It takes, option one takes
Takes out Gateway, right?
Takes out Gateway, yeah.
Gateway, everything on the west side of Lower Snowmass Creek Road goes to your district. Everything on the other side of the road goes to District 3. So, and that's part of
Your caucus.
our caucus area.
Does your caucus go all the way down to 82 then?
Yeah.
I see. Okay.
Now, I do have another concern which maybe doesn't come into play, but since I'm term limited after this time, and I know at least 3 people who live in my area of the county who are interested in running for my seat. And I know where they live, and some of these options would ace them out completely.
It put them against me.
Well, in 2 years.
4 competitors.
Yeah. And it's not uniform. They live in different parts of the district. And plus, I can think of, there's probably a couple people up in Snowmass Village who are interested. It's going to be a lot of interest, I think, in that seat. Unless,
Of course, we're told we cannot consider that.
Yeah.
no,
And
that's what
you
that's
can't.
why I
Statute's
say
very
that
clear on that.
I
Statute's
don't
really
think-
clear.
I don't think that you can consider that, but that's one thing that
Yeah.
is weighing on my mind, that I know the same thing happened to Carrie Donovan in the 3rd Congressional District. And it probably broke her heart that she took her out of the race that she was really wanting to run in.
Just happened to Julie McCluskey.
So, that's one of the things that happens in redistricting, and it's not the first and not the last time, but.
Right. Well, if it can't be political, then I don't think our board should be discussing that. And that strengthens my argument to
Yeah.
let the pros do it. Because I don't think they have a political concern about it. At least they understand that rule. But I think necessarily we're already thinking, oh, well, who lives there? You
Yeah,
know, it's just
for sure.
part of how, so why are we even just dipping our toe in this?
We're just being really naughty.
We're being naughty, yeah, or obnoxious.
So Clint, on option 2, just to help me out a little bit here. So the southeast corner of Snowmass Village then goes to 3. And the whole
Correct.
west side goes to 5, is that correct?
That's correct.
And previously, originally, so originally 4 went all the way down to 82, basically. I'm trying to look at the original map that you gave us. This is the original, right?
That's the district realignment based on new census blocks, but it's very close to the adopted
Yeah.
map.
Okay, so that would mean that in option 1, all that red lines just to the north of 4 were 4 and now they're 5. And even the stuff to the northeast were 4 and now they're 5.
Correct.
Okay, I see. And then what adds to 3? Or no, 4, or does that become 3?
Part of that red line stuff is going to 3. and
Okay.
part of it is going to
Okay.
5.
West side of the lower Snowmass Creek Road goes to 3.
Oh, I see.
East
Okay.
side goes to, or
Well, that seems
whatever
to
the
have-
directionals are, yeah.
That one seems to have the least impact to me. Except for, because that pretty much leaves Snowmass Village intact, correct?
Correct.
And so, the landfill and,
Aside for Wildcat.
Wildcat.
Which is more of,
yeah, Wildcat and the
500
landfill
acre
go to
subdivision.
3. And then the north part, Old Snowmass. Okay. So Steve, you know, so this puts like where, Kurt Russell and Goldie Hawn live, they would be just north of the line in option 1, that's where that line is?
no, they're
No.
just south of.
Oh, they're south of it, so
south
they'd
of-
stay in your caucus, that's where the
east-
line is?
That's East Cypress Creek Road, their
Mhm. Okay,
dividing line.
okay.
So.
That seems to me to be the least disruptive when I look at it.
I agree.
Which one is that?
1.
1, right. Coincidentally.
Um, Do you want us to make a decision now or the next time you come to us? I mean, I know we can't make an official decision now, but do you want guidance or should we
Well,
just
the
come back to you
the
when you
guidance
come?
would be, it would be nice to know to be able to put into a resolution, but maybe we can do a resolution.
Oh, so when you come back for first
with some
reading, you're gonna
blanks.
bring us a resolution with one of these?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That
yeah.
clarifies what we should do. Okay,
Yeah.
I understand. I didn't get that before.
Yeah.
Well, if I were gonna vote, Steve, I'm sorry to say, I would vote for 1. I think it has the least impact on your caucus that I can see. You lose down,
Well, right
to-
now, I would vote against all of them right now, because I'm not convinced yet.
I get that, but in
Yeah.
terms of your caucus and these 3, does it seem like 1 has the least impact on your caucus? You lose Gateway.
Probably,
And Shieldo Mesa.
yeah, Shield O Mesa would be in, since the Snowmass Creek Road, Upper Snowmass Creek Road is kind of the dividing line. Shield O Mesa goes in with Capitol Creek side of things,
Oh, uh-huh.
whichever way it goes.
Yeah.
I mean, in option 2, you yourself go to 5, right?
Yeah, and it doesn't matter where
No, I'm just trying to picture it geographically, because I know where you
I
live.
relate more to the down valley people anyhow, so.
Uh-huh. Well, 3 keeps Snowmass pretty intact.
Do you have a spreadsheet or something that shows I'm sure you must, something that shows the census blocks with how many people are in each one?
Tyler?
Is that,
Yeah, that's possible.
would that be possible for me to look at that on my computer at home and just play with some numbers and just see?
Yeah, so just
Since
the
you
census
obviously
blocks.
don't wanna do it, I'd be glad to spend my time and just look at it and see.
So census blocks with the populations number showing
Mhm.
for each.
And it's 800 of them, which I wouldn't need, I'd sort of need 3 and 4 commissioner districts.
You might as well share it with all of us.
But maybe it all goes together in one big lump. Like some on
Otherwise, it's just, yeah.
download.
Clint, in option 3, the very northern edge of District 4, is that going to 3? On the north side of the Upper River Road? Is that going to 3? Where the purple is overlaid with the little red stripe?
Yes, that,
Lower
that
road.
little section right there, that sliver, that's going to 3.
3, okay.
Wait, are you sure that's not going into 4 now?
It's in 4.
It's in 4 now?
Well, it's showing purple on this
I
map.
think it's actually this little thing, if you look at the first map, it is in 3 now, it's going to 4.
Oh, yes, I think you're right.
Yeah,
Which one are you looking at?
Okay. putting something into four
Oh
seems
yeah,
weird. This
north
looks
of
little-
Highway 82.
Yes,
That's
Was-
lower,
It was kind
Yeah,
of a
that's all
trade-off.
going
River
into
Road,
4.
yeah, that's 3 now. Uh-huh.
Yeah. That's
So-
part of the trade for some of those other blocks.
Part of that sliver, one of the west side is currently in 5. The east side is currently in 3. So both of those are combining and going into 4.
Well, it's interesting that you're putting all that in 4. I thought you were trying to get so much stuff out of 4.
so that would take Phillips Trailer Park out of
Uh-huh.
Woody Creek Caucus area.
Uh-huh. Well, so much for them, that. That would be interesting, wouldn't it? Okay, well, Greg,
Yes.
if you had to vote on option 1, 2, or 3 right now, would you, and
I'd-
what would it be?
I'd vote for 1.
And Kelly?
I would do the same. I do, if you guys wake up with some brand new brilliant.
So
Strategy
it
would
would be
welcome
great if we
seeing
could get some more
more.
information to Steve, whatever it is that you're asking, and then, when are you coming back for first reading?
Next Wednesday.
Next
Oh my
week.
God, really? And of course Patty's not here either, and she was hoping to be. I guess what you could do is you could write up your resolution with option 1, but if something happens between now and then, we would ask you to reconsider.
Sure.
Are you okay with that?
That's what I was thinking that already, yeah.
Okay. You guys okay with that?
I just note that if the board does need some more time, we could reschedule to another regular meeting. I don't think there's a statutory deadline that's driving this coming forward next Wednesday. It just made sense, given the timing of having this briefing and work session, if the board was ready to move forward, to not let too much
Let's put
time
it off a
pass.
week, and that would give us next week to discuss it again, and maybe Steve would have some numbers then that would help him, and then Patty would have a chance to weigh in if we were able to discuss it at the work session next week, Sean, and then have the first reading the week after that? Does that work?
Let me look ahead at future agendas.
Okay.
As I recall, I think next week is pretty full, but let me.
I won't be
see
here.
what I can,
Until 3. I'll be here at 3.
I'm so glad, thank you.
Even if Bruce has to fly me.
please.
So the meetings would be April 26th or May 10th would be the next one.
I do think May 10th might make it, give Patty a chance to weigh in, and then also, Patty really wanted to be here for this. She was gonna try and make it, but obviously she couldn't, so, and that would maybe allay some of Steve's concerns if we had a little bit of communication in the interim.
Sure.
So, maybe we put off the discussion, well, I don't know, you have it without me next week, I don't care, but, if we
Also,
could
the-
work that out when we get to future
the-
agendas, we'll work on it at
the
future
Snowmass
agendas.
Capital Creek Caucus is meeting tonight, and they're gonna be looking at this as part of the agenda. So then we could actually have some feedback from them.
Okay, okay? Thank you guys for your beautiful work. Yes, Ry?
Just got a couple points of clarification now that I got the statute in front of me. So a request can be made by a commission member to prepare additional plans or amendments to plans if necessary. The request must be made in a public hearing, which today is, I believe, but does not require commission approval. So you can make a request to staff to prepare additional plans, whomever you want. In
In a public meeting,
a public meeting, which I believe today
is.
is. And then to Kelly's specific request, and I guess there's been some general discussion about splitting up Snowmass Village. I just would point out that the statute requires that as much as reasonably possible, the commission's plan must preserve whole communities of interest and whole political subdivisions such as cities and towns. There is an exception to that rule. Exception is that a division of such city or town is permitted where, based on a preponderance of the evidence in the record, a community of interests, legislative issues, are more essential to the fair and effective representation of residents of the district. When the
Okay.
commission divides a city or town, it shall minimize the number of divisions of that city or town. So it's permissible to divide Snowmass Village. I think we would just need to beef up the record a little bit about the reasons for doing so,
Okay.
which we can certainly do. But
Well, we
it's a
certainly
possibility.
bifurcated the salt when we did our district boundaries. I mean, our, what are we called, county boundaries.
So I just wanted to make a couple clarifications in that regard. The de minimis language that was referred to is in regard to staff making de minimis changes to the adopted plan.
Oh.
That is permissible. So if the commission adopts a plan and there's the need to make a very minor change, I would say in that circumstance, that is permitted for staff to carry that out after the plan has been adopted, such as moving one or two voters from one district to the other if necessary. I suppose that would be a hypothetical where that would be acceptable.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thanks for your patience in our trying to work this out.
How would you do it if you started over?
I don't know.
Yeah, I saw that, Steve, when I looked over the packet, and I thought, oh, we are gonna hear from Steve. Okay, I think we're done.
All right.
We really, really appreciate all your work
Thank you, thank you.
and your presentation. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
At this time, I'll look for a motion to adjourn the special meeting.
So moved.
Second?
All in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay, we are moving out of the special meeting and into our regular work session. And I don't see our guys. Are they just all zooming in? We're supposed to have a whole bunch of guys here. And we're late, so it's weird.
2 o'clock. No material, no people.
It's a ghost subject.
Maybe they're all out in the hallway.
Thanks for the storyboard. It was really
Yeah, this
good.
was really helpful. Thank you.
There they are.
There they come. We know this guy.
What'd you get lost?
Here, George,
They
we
let you, they let you back
have a
in.
seat over here for you right now. It's empty.
Just get his name tag. Get him his name tag.
No surprise. So,
Howie, I think we're gonna have to rent you a room in this building here pretty soon.
exactly right, yeah. What time is lunch again?
Missed it.
You did.
Lunch is usually late in the afternoon when you get a message
Brought lunch
on
from the
the
senior center.
computer that there's food in the 3rd Street kitchen.
volunteer appreciation.
Did you go and wash dishes? or
Sometimes
something?
that's leftover from open space and trails meeting or
A
something.
few times. I brought her
Carpenter.
with me one time.
Oh, nice. That must have been fun.
Graham,
She was cute.
welcome.
for having us.
Yeah. How much time do you
I
have?
love plopping Bridget in front of
Well,
her
you are
strangers and you can
allocated
chat with people.
30 minutes,
Yeah.
but you're 8
I
minutes
think it's really
late,
smart.
so 22.
My
Just
daughters are so
kidding,
shy
just
they
kidding,
can't
I'm
talk to people
just
yet.
kidding. You guys
Until
take
they're
as
pushed, and then
long
they
as
do
you
it.
want, you've
Finally,
earned it.
Willa told me that she actually went up and danced at the wedding they went to. The first time she said she was on the dance floor for 45 minutes, but didn't enjoy it.
We're gonna wait on that. We don't want to get confused.
You're bribing us?
When does she leave?
3-minute
In September.
Oscar-winning video.
Well, I'll set you up for that and I'll.
Did
Okay.
Isabella accept?
Not yet. She's gonna go look at Oberlin next
No,
weekend.
I don't know if
In
it's,
Ohio?
everybody
Yeah.
knows this,
Good for
but
her.
that 3-minute video
Remember
was
Cindy
part of the
accepted
short
her
fest under
with a
special
scholarship. Oberlin gave her a generous scholarship.
historic
Not
promotion.
enough. UCSD didn't offer scholarship, but she loves that campus.
San Diego.
And she has the Colorado
School
schools.
Who does school in San Diego? I just don't get it.
When's the
Why
last
would
time you
bother?
guys had all 5
Why not
commissioners
sit
here in the room together?
What's that?
When's the last time you had all 5
Oh,
commissioners?
it's actually happened a couple times this
It
year.
has?
Yeah.
That happens. Happens a lot more now than it did during the pandemic.
Yeah, well,
And ironically, our biggest fan of that can't be here today.
Right.
How you doing?
I'm doing great.
Yeah?
Yeah. Yeah,
How's
it's
Liz? How's the grandbabies?
Good. Liz is heading to California on Saturday.
Do you still have one grandbaby or?
One.
I
Okay,
think that's all
cool.
we're gonna have.
That's cool. Great.
I got one coming up.
Oh,
Excellent.
yay, congrats.
Well
Oh,
done.
really?
That's exciting.
I got two to give away. Ran out.
I have all of mine.
You're done.
It's a fait accompli. And one graduates from college in 3 weeks.
Oh, my gosh.
I know.
Yikes.
You could be
One
getting
is
some
3
great
years old. It's a
grandbabies.
huge span.
One of these.
What?
You could be getting great grandbabies.
No, I don't think she's gonna get attached too soon.
That's
She's
smart.
gonna ranch for time this summer
Okay, Mike.
after she graduates.
That's my
No,
mic.
she's worked with Alyssa from the Marigold
All right.
Livestock,
Mm-hmm.
and she's worked at
Yeah.
Rock Bottom, so she's really
She's into the
leaning
ag.
towards agriculture, which is
Great.
pretty cool. She's got a very scientific mind, so it's kind of a funny thing.
Share it with
That's
these guys?
wonderful.
Yeah, yeah.
So now you can see you're sharing your screen, so just go up to whatever screen you want to share.
Oh, okay. Let's see. So that's a Zoom, so I should keep Zoom on? Oh, okay. Oh, I went the wrong way. With the chair. Am I losing more time here, Francie?
Yeah, I know Tim Corrigan from Rowan.
Background conversation about
good badger.
legislation.
Yeah.
Starting to look good? Better?
Better.
Better? Maybe?
not good.
Yeah.
Still better.
Way better. Way
I mean, a
better.
cow pie is still a cow pie, right?
Exactly, right.
John?
So I'm not seeing, oh, there it is.
I'm normal, back to normal. Yeah.
Are we waiting for anybody else?
Yesterday was
or-
the first day.
We're just
of
waiting
the
for
bike
them.
ride.
To be ready.
I think they might. be
First
ready.
day, because I was skiing all weekend, so.
Right, skiing was so good,
Skiing.
yeah.
I don't see
I was,
anything.
I was
That was
saying, I
great.
was just telling someone that I was at Highlands last closing day, but I skinned up, and then I got down around 11:30. I took a run.
Just in time
I
to
said,
get out.
by 11:30, if you were over 30, you shouldn't be there. I mean, there were just, it was like
Yeah.
X game. There was just buses after buses after
Right.
buses, and
Yeah.
just kids just piling out. So I'm going home.
Yeah, we went to Ellen's on Saturday and then Snowmass on Sunday, so we missed the crowds and it was perfect.
Yeah, it was
The
quiet
snow
in
was
the
still
morning.
great.
Yeah, both days. Saturday was
Yeah.
quiet and Sunday was quiet.
I
but
got
yeah.
reports from my grandchildren about those parties. They were,
It was pretty funny though.
Crazy.
Anyone over 30 should not have been there.
I don't have anything from Kara yet. Okay,
Oh, okay, we're on.
you're on.
Okay, well, thank you for putting us on the agenda. Just for the record, I'm George Newman, and with me are Graham Means and Howie Mallory. And missing from our Elite Five board members are Tim McFlynn and Dale Will.
Great.
And it was about a year ago that I was in front of you, letting you know about our new nonprofit, the Hunter Creek Historical Foundation. And I thought it'd be a good time to give you an update. We have a lot of exciting things that have happened in this last year. And it'll be sort of like a show and tell.
Okay.
I'll start off with talking about what we accomplished this past year. And then I'll turn it over to Howie, who will talk about a very prestigious award that we just received a few months ago, and we'll have a little video with that. And then I'll have Graham finish up, give you a preview of what's planned for this coming fall up at the Adelaide Ranch, the Coke Homestead.
Sounds perfect.
I really just want to thank you, the commissioners and staff, the county. You've all been so supportive of our efforts this last 2 years since we've started this foundation. The translator department, Rich, 2 years ago in the winter, on a snowcat, hauled up some materials for us to do some emergency stabilization on the shop. The ComDev and the building department and you have generously waived our building permit fees. And Open Space and Trails has been just wonderful in terms of helping us whenever we need them. So thank you all. It's been it's a community effort, and we couldn't do it without the community, whether it's in-kind support or donations and contributions. We're just a 5-member voluntary board, and anything we do or raise goes into these buildings. So I have just a few slides just to show you what we did last fall, what we accomplished, and of course, this is the site, and this is not. Oh yeah, this is the Koch Homestead, 2 miles up Hunter Creek.
George, can I ask you just sort of a background
Yeah.
question? When was the last time any of y'all were up at Hunter Creek?
Last summer
Last summer?
or fall? Last fall.
Fall?
Long time ago.
Long time ago. That's your Carbondale, I see.
2 winters ago on skis.
It's District 5.
All right, so these photos will help get you oriented. These are the main buildings of the Koch Homestead, and the video will go into this a little bit more about the history. But you'll see the 2-story, what we call the roadhouse, and then we have a little outhouse, and then we have the shop, which we worked on last fall, and hiding behind the shop is an old cabin. So that's our main focus last year and the next couple years. So we've engaged another nonprofit organization called HistoricCorps. HistoricCorps is nationally known and recognized. They work on Forest Service and public lands, restoring, stabilizing, and preserving historic structures. And they use volunteers, and volunteers come from all over the country. And this group of volunteers were here last fall for 4 weeks, and every week there was another group of volunteers that came in to help work on the building. So they're doing some work on the inside of the shop here.
It's on Forest Service land?
It's on Forest Service land, yeah. So it's a unique partnership we have with the Forest Service. It's their land, it's their property, but we've been able to have an agreement that allows us to do the work and bring in HistoricCorps to help us with that. So here's the shop. You can see how tenuous this is from falling down completely. It was quite an effort. We were surprised how well it actually turned out. They were so successful.
So a lot of dirt had to be moved to put the foundation in.
And, yeah. So here's just a sort of a show of artifacts that came from digging around the shop. And these are all now down at the White River National Forest headquarters down in Glenwood, where they're being archived. And we'll probably have some or many of these will come back on display in the shop.
What are those farriers tools, or what are we looking at?
Well, it's interesting in that one of the guys who dug them up said they were like spark plug, nothing to do with gasoline engines. So this stuff is, I'm going to say
original,
pre-1920 or something, going back 30 years back from that. Horse, bits and horseshoes and forge stuff, stuff like that.
Blacksmith stuff. Wow.
Yeah,
that's great.
So it was pretty interesting. The end of the day, this group, HistoricCorps, camped up here. We have permission from the Forest Service, and so just past the gate in that meadow is where they set up camp, and they had the kitchen set up there as well. And so this was the end of the day, and just kind of sitting around early evening.
It looks kind of like you guys are having fun.
Oh, it was great. And you can just imagine these people, the volunteers, they were so excited about, this was such an unusual place for them to be in. Just on the borderline of wilderness, in the fall, up Hunter Creek Valley.
Yeah,
I mean, they were just besides themselves how pretty it was.
And they camped there for a whole month?
Yeah, they were there for a month, and again, there was a different group every week, but the camp managers...
Oh, so it's different people, I see.
Yeah, different volunteers, but the camp managers and the project manager stayed there for the entire month. So this was some of the work we had to do on the shop. We had to raise they had to jack up and raise the shop about up to 18 inches to get to being able to pour some concrete footers and lay some treated lumber to level it and stabilize the building. There was actually no foundation, and they never actually got to the bottom of the siding. They just figured they got up high enough, they were able to do what they needed to do. But there was a lot of work that went into this, as you could just.
Graham, did you draw this up, or did they have somebody who does that?
They have, I drew the building as is, and, you know, we definitely, as a group, talked with them. They come up with a scope of work. First of all, I do what's called a conditions assessment, and they write up, they describe everything and use my drawings to say what's there. And then, and this is what they're so good at, they come up with a scope of work that says, specifically, we're gonna replace the roof with new materials, or we're gonna patch it in such a way, or whatever. So they have a whole work list that they work from. So it's a very organized deal.
Yeah, it looks great.
So here they are putting on a new roof. They took out the old roof completely. They put some plywood, and then they put some bitumen on top of that, and then they put some new metal roofing on top. And of course, new siding all the way around the building as well.
What happened to the old roof material, like the old corrugated?
Yeah, it was pretty well shot, so we took it to the dump, to the recycle.
Okay.
Are they on belay?
The what?
Are they on belay up there?
They could use that.
They are on ropes, right? Yeah, because you know it's a
ridge
steep
line
pitch
up there.
roof, and
They have volunteers, they need to be pretty careful, and it's far away from, you know, emergency
Yeah.
services, so they're real good with that. They have plans for, you know, all
Safety.
of that kind of
Yeah,
thing.
cool.
so here's the finished product after 4 weeks. I mean,
Much
a
the
building. If
same.
you remember that first shot I showed you, that the building was being held up by cobwebs, and here we are completed. We still have to do some drainage issues. That's why you see some of that white plastic on the side. We're going to address that this year. But that's a completed shop, so that's phase one.
And what's the new roofing material? Did you use the pre-rusted metal, or?
On this, we just had,
It's going to be treated, and it's going to be rusted. It'll be very similar.
Yeah.
And also, that wire screening, which is in the opening,
Uh-huh.
is kind of temporary. The Forest Service is requiring that there be no access to these buildings, so we are going to close them off, but we're going to push that screen back. We're going to paint it black, and so it won't be obvious
That
like
visible.
that.
Just like
And
hog
also,
wire.
you'll be able to step in just a little bit, get out of the sun, so you can really look around. And there's a great old workbench in there, and a lot of those old tools will be on it and stuff like that.
so
Is the roof like a galvanized, and you spray it with?
It's not galvanized,
Vinegar or
because that
something?
would not change. It's
Okay.
gonna rust naturally.
Okay.
And there are
so
things you can put on it to
I think
speed
it's
that up.
muriatic acid.
Muriatic acid. Thank you. Yeah.
It's rusting now. I was just up there today. And there's streaks of rust.
Got it.
Our intention with these buildings has been to stabilize what's there. We don't really know, we have very few photos of the past, and we don't know what was inside them. There's a lot of history. We've dug up a lot of history in this project, but there's a lot we haven't been able to dig up. And so we're not trying to recreate anything. We're not trying to do what they did even at Ashcroft. Our intention is to stabilize these, and if someone walks by and doesn't notice that we did anything after 4 years, we did our job right.
Nice.
Excellent.
So we don't want to have a lot of signage. You know, it's more of a quiet kind of group of buildings that you can make up your own stories instead of having them told to you.
But you still have a couple of those original signs that talked about the history, what it was back in the day. There was something up there already,
Yeah,
wasn't
Tim McFlynn actually led the charge for open space on putting those in, and, you know, we'll look at that, but we
Maybe
don't
there's a
want to.
discreet way to do it, perhaps.
Yeah, we're not doing another Ashcroft here.
Right.
We understand the access issues, and we all are just amazed at the peace and tranquility and beauty of that valley.
Yeah.
And we don't want to disturb that. We know we are to some degree, but our intention is not to
Yeah.
disturb that any more than we have to.
I could say one other thing, Francie. Having grown up here and watched what happened to the Independence ghost town and all those fantastic buildings that were right next to 82, and then I was there. My friends did the original rehab on Ashcroft. You know, they went in with the Historical Society. It was, you know, Chris Preusch and Stefan Alboy, and all, when they were 18, went in and worked on that. But even still, after 40 years later, so much is gone. It's even with that restoration, so much is not present any longer. And I cry whenever I go by Independence because some of those buildings were just spectacular, and they're completely gone now. And that's probably Forest Service policy to one extent, but I think there were a lot of people pillaging the barnwood back in the day. And so
we haven't shown the picture of the collapsed barn, which is still a pile of wreckage up there.
Yeah.
And that's where these buildings are headed.
Yeah,
Without this effort.
I just love seeing this because it'll keep it around a little bit longer.
Yeah.
Who knows
Well,
what
our
that
goal
means.
is to have it here for another 100 years.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, that's a little bit.
So that's phase one. That was the shop. We're really excited about how successful that has turned out, and that will stand for at least another 100 years. So I'm going to turn this over to Howie now and talk about a very prestigious award that we received a couple months ago, and then I'll show a video that was shot up here on site with us December 30th in the heart of winter.
So this is what we think is the Koch family homestead, the Adelaide Ranch, which has a history of being a sort of a breadbasket for Aspen back in the late 1880s and 1890s. For example, that concrete that you see right in the foreground here, that may be related to their dairy business that they had. They were the dairy farm. As far as we know from reading the newspaper articles, that's what this area had been been used for. Tim Cooney has written some wonderful articles about the history of Hunter Creek, and that's all on our website for you to take a look at. Ann Mullins, who's a friend of all of ours, and mentioned who had been on the Colorado Preservation Inc. board when she lived in Denver, suggested we make an application. She really liked what we were doing. She said this is appropriate to be nominated as an endangered place of Colorado. And the Colorado Preservation Inc. for the last 23 years has been identifying five places around Colorado whose history is threatened to disappear for lack of maintenance, lack of support, lack of funding. And we, largely due to George's writing skills and tenacity to get the application in, we applied for the nomination to be one of the five selected endangered places in Colorado. And lo and behold, we were, along with the South Platte Inn outside of, on the South Platte River outside of Denver, and 3 places down in the San Luis Valley, which are really the oldest occupied parts of Colorado. And
Was one of them the church at the top of the hill in San Luis?
no, this is more remote than that.
wow.
You'll see it in the little pamphlet we've got to pass out to you.
Oh, cool.
So end of February, we were nominated and feted, if you will, down at the annual Colorado Preservation Inc. Endangered Places annual gathering. 400 people showed up in Boulder at the Weston Inn, or is it the Marriott Inn, I think, down there. And we had a 3-minute presentation to the other 400 people there. And what this really does is give us notoriety for what we've been able to do to preserve the history, not only of the buildings, but to start to tell the story of the Koch family, who's related to Koch Park, by the way. So it's all part of the connection from Hunter Creek and down the valley.
They're in the lumber business. Did they lumber up there?
There were sawmills up there.
Wow.
So I know we're running short on time.
Switching something else, I just canceled.
Will this be available online other than this recording?
It's
Do you
on
have
our
it on your
website.
It's on our
website? So we
website.
can share that with the neighbors and the other folks up there who might not know about it.
Right. So we're really proud that we were able to, in our first year, first 18 months, we were able to get the application and nomination accepted by Colorado Preservation, Inc.
Congratulations on that.
And that's going to help us, help Historic Corps, is our contractor. They and along with Alpine Bank were sponsors of that gathering down in Boulder. And we will then take that sort of momentum and move into phase 2, which really is going to focus on the metal building, which we call the Roadhouse. And Graham, why don't you talk about that?
Well, let me show the video first.
Oh, you want to show the video first?
Yeah. It should be noted that this is only the second time in Pickens County that we've had a historic building listed on the Endangered Places program. And the first was the Emma Building, the Mercantile Building.
Oh, good point. I forgot that.
That was listed a dozen years ago. And so this is only the second time Pickens County has enjoyed this acknowledgement and recommendation and listing.
I mean, the nomination is wonderful. It's not a funding source. It just gives us credibility that we can then apply it to History Colorado for some funding on particular parts of the various parts of our phases.
So as part of the program, this fellow Kevin Strong, who is the news editor, video editor for CBS Channel 9 News, Channel 4 News. So he came up December 30th and was on site with us for about 4 hours, and he interviewed all of us. And he spent 4 hours on that, and he came down, you'd appreciate this, edited down to 3 minutes.
It's work, yeah.
But it was shown at the conference, and it was also shown on Denver Channel 4 this past winter as well. So it's a short video, but I thought it would be sort of fun to show. Let's see. I want to make sure where's my...
Are you, George?
I have to get my sound. Go back. What? Yeah. How to make the sound.
Michaela could really write her
This
own
does
ticket.
it, the video.
We told her
The
that.
video I have, but
Seriously?
I don't know if this is in a way. How do I get sound on it?
This is a phased project, and we did the first phase last fall. We're going to do another phase of the signature building, the Roadhouse, this fall, and we'll probably have 2 more phases. So it's really wound up being a 4-year project.
How do we?
Okay, now I heard it. I heard it.
Won't make it any louder because it's broadcasted.
Make sure your mic's on and point it at the speaker just so
The mic on it?
that picks it up.
Yeah, but that will only go to grassroots and not to the full TV.
Oh, I heard it. I don't know, can you guys
So
hear
we're
it?
all. It's fine.
The mic would just put it on for grassroots, but
Graham Mees and fellow members of the Hunter Creek Historical Foundation have been hiking the Hunter Creek Valley above Aspen for over 50 years.
When I first came out to Colorado in 1971, wandering in the mountains and seeing the old cabin, I just wondered about who lived there, what they were doing, how they existed.
Those answers would come from the earliest days of Aspen's history.
The story begins with 2 men, Henry Statz and William C. Koch.
2 men drawn by the promise of riches from silver.
Henry Statz brought over 13 men from over the mountains from Leadville in 1879. 5 of those men spent the fall building a cabin, spending the winter of 1879 here, fortified with a 5-gallon barrel of whiskey and an elk carcass for food. A few years later, William C. Koch came up here and homesteaded this site, which he named Adelaide Ranch.
Koch would set up a dairy and lumber operation here, providing needed resources to the fast-growing mining town below.
A community of 8,000 to 10,000 people at one point, and so they needed lots of supplies. If these buildings could speak, they would tell a story about the trials and tribulations of the early prospectors and settlers that came in here. They would also talk about the stories about the importance of Hunter Creek, the water, and its use.
Hunter Creek provided electricity to the town.
Aspen was the first city west of the Mississippi that utilized hydroelectric for their lighting. These fields were irrigated, and so those who follow him grew hay. And then in the late 40s and 50s, a family grazed sheep up here for about 10, 15 years.
By the 1960s, the buildings, all that remained of Koch's legacy in the Hunter Creek Valley, sat vacant. Soon, developers drawn to Aspen by promises of riches of the ski slopes set their eyes on the valley. The buildings stood in their way.
The community, old-timers, organized, and they organized so effectively and made such a unified voice that they got an act of Congress passed.
That act transferred the Hunter Creek Valley to the National Forest Service. The buildings would be protected from developers, but not from the elements.
We're at 8,800 feet up here. There's a lot of snow. A lot of people lamented, oh, we're losing these buildings. And for 40-something years, nobody did anything about it. And finally, a few of us just said, you know, we got to make an effort to save these buildings. They're very important to the early history of Aspen. We had to dig out about 18 inches of soil.
The Historical Foundation got to work, contracting with HistoriCorps to stabilize and restore the blacksmith shop.
It's all original material.
But that's just the first step of a long, uncertain process.
There are about 5 or 6 buildings we're looking at potentially. Phase 1 was the shop that we completed last September, and now we're looking at phase 2, which would be the restoration of the roadhouse, the metal building we call it.
They expect that to take 2 years and will need to draw heavily on those around them.
The community support that we've enjoyed and seeing these volunteers and their level of excitement and interest makes all the work an adventure for us.
The Hunter Creek Foundation is thrilled to have Colorado Preservation helping them in this restoration effort.
Aspen is more than just an event today. It really has a history of 150 years now. The buildings in their collective combination really created a soul for the Hunter Creek Valley. If the buildings have been let to fall back down into the ground and disappear, then the soul of the valley would disappear too.
For more information on how you can help save these historic buildings, head to huntercreekhistoricalfoundation.org.
Nice.
Very lovely.
You like that?
It's a lot of free
Well
media
done,
right there.
yeah.
I like the close-up of the lock. So don't think about going up there and getting in.
Well, that's a key thing. We really had to secure it because you can see from that one quick shot of the graffiti on the walls.
Yeah.
It's been a playground, party ground. It's an amazing amount of little cigarettes that you see. They're not all Marlboros either.
Why do you call that the Roadhouse?
Well, it's quite interesting. As Howie said, that sort of those concrete, that box out in front of the building, we're pretty sure that was a milk cooler. It was a cistern, and it has a pipe coming down from the spring sticking up in it. And in between the milk cooler and what we call the roadhouse, underneath that grass, there is a brick road. And
Really?
just parts of it are visible now. We don't know the extent of it. So that'll be a great discovery to see how big it was. And we assume the milk wagons would pull up on that brick to get out of the mud and get their milk into the wagon and move on. So, but we're actually looking at hiring an archaeologist to help us answer some of these questions. Another thing I'd like to hit on quickly too is the educational component of this whole thing. And you saw that great group of guys sitting around the campfire up there. And they come from all over the West, and they are learning about preservation, they're learning the techniques, and they're learning the ethic. And they're going out and working on other projects. So there's a real educational component on that scale, as well as we have so many people we talk to who are interested and fascinated by this whole thing. And when we started this, you know, we thought about, we wanted to preserve an old homestead and ranch. And there's a lot of talk these days about community, loss of community, and we're finding that this project is about community now. Not only the 5 of us who are communicating, we have a Zoom every Monday morning for the last 2 years, I think, but all the people who have supported this, who know about it, the Forest Service, we have just a lot of partners and funders. And so this has been surprising to me, and that this is helping make our community alive today, as well as what we're trying to do in the past. And that's been, I think, maybe the most rewarding part of this in some ways for us.
That's really great. How long a hike in is it?
It's only
Not far.
7 minutes.
Yeah, 7, 10, yeah.
Well, it's complicated.
Depends on how fast you walk.
Well, it also
That's pretty
depends
close.
on, there's a very
If you can
small
park.
parking lot up high. And it's only for seniors and 10th Mountain and handicap, I think.
So you have to show your ID, Francie.
I can
So
walk
there's-
7 minutes. still.
There's very little access up high. So most people have to walk, I'm gonna say 25 minutes or so to get up there, up a steep hill. And that's what keeps this place as quiet
Yeah.
and silent as it is.
Well, thank you, guys. That's really great.
Thank you for letting us come in and tell us.
Thanks for all the work.
Really.
I just,
We'll be back next year to tell you.
Yay.
right, to come back for more.
I might
I-
just go up there this summer and have a
you
look
should.
around.
Or fall's even better. I just wanted to say, you've all served on boards. George is a commissioner for 12 years, and this is probably the best rehabilitation for all of you, George in particular. After your colorful career in politics, this is a really great outcome, and I approve for all of you.
I do have a question. In this, it says that the Given Institute is a lost site in Picken County. Do you know what
the
that
story
is?
behind that?
No.
Yep.
Is there a short story?
Not
We
really,
can
but-
talk a different
Institute
time.
was designed by Harry Weiss, I think built in 1960 or something like that. A well-known architect out from Chicago, and had a house here. His family has done several other buildings in Aspen. The Given Institute property, the Given Institute was part of, I think, the University of Colorado.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the University of Colorado Medical Department, or hospital, CU Hospital, actually ended up owning the land, as the owner of the land. And they were building the Anschutz property at that time, and they wanted to maximize the dollars from that property. And the city was, a historic preservation effort was to try to preserve that building and make it kind of a campus area in connection with the red brick and yellow brick. They were all kind of connected with each other. But they couldn't meet on a price.
Okay.
So the CU Medical School put it on the market, and I would say, fortunately, if any of the buyers that bought it, the Lewises were some of the best, because they basically preserved the landscape, but they tore the whole building down because it wasn't functional as a residence.
Got it.
So now it's become a resident for their family, a modest 10,000 square foot residence. But they're very, very, very good community members.
This is a
Thank
little
you.
different than the Coke town over McClure's Pass.
Oh,
Yes.
That's the modern old western
that's
town.
modern, yeah.
That's a
That's
faux.
the Coke.
This is the real thing. This
is
is
the real deal.
This is left over from 1880. And the George mentioned the sheep operation. That was the Lemique family, who was here for about 10 to 15 years. We don't even know how they own the property, but they did own it. And they sold it and closed down their sheep raising operation and moved to Grand Junction.
And how did it get into the hands of the Forest Service?
Through the Land and Water Conservation Fund, there was some
Tim will tell you that
Yeah.
story if you've got
Okay.
4 or 5
5
hours.
yeah. So meet Tim at the Black Nugget in Carbondale, and you'll get the story.
Set aside the evening.
Thanks,
Could I
guys.
ask one
Thank you,
more-
gentlemen.
One more comment was that, I lost my frame of mind there. Sorry. I lost it, but I was going to get back to it. It's such a wonderful thing. So I'll leave it at that, but thank you. And what I guess the question I had was, how many cows did it support? How much milk did it produce? if it was supporting the city of Aspen back then, which was larger than it is today, that is just mind-blowing if it was that productive. And I wonder how long it was a dairy.
Well, when Coke first started, the town has just been established.
That's
It was
right.
before the rail came in. And a few years later, when the rail came in, then of course you had a lot of supplies coming in by rail.
So it was up until then. So it was probably a pretty small town at that point.
Yeah.
There was a pretty big barn up there, and I sort of remember something about 80 cows. And there's quite a story about the rancher was down in town, lightning hit the barn, set the barn on fire, and the rancher's wife went in and tried to save the animals, wasn't successful in a large part, and he was either trapped by a snowstorm in town or drunk, I don't know which. He came up the next day and found his wife collapsed from the effort, and the barn burned down from the lightning. And so a lot of stories like that
Wow.
that we're digging up.
Yeah, I see the lime kilns are saved by this organization
Yeah.
over in
Wow,
Medstone.
that's fascinating. Can't wait to hear more.
Thanks.
Be sure to go out there, because that's where the original dam is for the hydroelectric system. The dam, the riprap, kind of, it's not a concrete dam, it's just an earth and stone and wood dam. It's still there, and it's not to its height that it was originally. You could see the big culverts that took the water out and created the head that come down to the powerhouse.
We could learn a thing or two from them.
Everything's connected. Everything's connected.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
See ya.
Thanks for coming in. Well, that was fun.
How about if we take our break now instead of waiting an hour? Is that okay with you?
If you shorten it a little.
For sure. It's okay with you? Doesn't look like it.
Thanks for letting us run over a bit.
So it's
See you.
okay. It was
No problem.
incredibly interesting. Should
Yeah,
we go
okay.
to 10 minutes, guys?
Sure.
Instead of
2-minute break.
Okay, so that puts us back here at 3 minutes before 3. So be ready to go before 3. Welcome back to the work session for the Pickens County Commissioners on Tuesday, April 18th. We are going to have a housing ballot question discussion with John Peacock.
All right, and thank you, Francine. I'm going to move through some of the background here fairly quickly. I know we're running a little bit behind, but just briefly, the reason we are here today, it really several factors. Of course, we had the unexpected boom post-COVID, particularly in our rural resort communities, that significantly increased the challenges of community resilience and affordability. Housing and childcare have been significantly impacted. And while the county's been very active on both of these fronts, we have continued to be a partner in affordable housing through APSHA as well as our own projects, and more recently have entered, as a partner in childcare using our ARPA funds. What we recognized when we were together earlier in February in the retreat is that the county really does have limited funds to address these needs relative to the demand that we're seeing in the county. And so at the board retreat, the board had directed that we start to explore revenue resource options around particularly these issues. And today we've got some background information for you. We have some recommendations for you. We are not looking for decisions from the board today, but this is really to start the conversation, Francie, as you said, about a ballot question and really identifying some next steps that the board is comfortable directing staff on. And we'll have recommendations around that. But you all have seen this information. It was part of our board retreat, so I'll go through it fairly quickly. But housing challenge, what we saw happen during the pandemic is the median single-family sale price in Pickens County went up 71%. And we found that 83% of transactions were to out-of-area buyers. And so we saw that influx and we saw prices go up. That did not just affect Pickens County, it affected all of the Roaring Fork Valley as well as the Colorado River Valley. This shows the percentage of home sales affordable to households at the median wage. You can see from 2015 to 2022 in the Colorado River Valley, that drops from 78% to 37%. And in the Roaring Fork Valley, it dropped from 23% of transactions down to 9%.
That's ridiculous.
We suspect that if we had one more year of trend, that it would continue along these lines, because despite predictions that we'd have some correction, it appears that what's happened is actually inventory has been more limited and prices have stayed up. You've seen, again, all of this. We have significant gaps in availability of affordable housing. I'm sorry for the eye test. I've gotten so used to being in Zoom meetings where you're right up on the screen that my slides have become full of small text. I apologize for that. So,
that's good.
But some of the headlines, we all have seen these. So there's both anecdotal and quantitative, just kind of evidence about the challenge that we're having, and the gap between the availability of affordable housing units, whether that's buying down existing units or developing new ones. I think both are legitimate strategies. We still have significant gaps. Childcare, this may be a little bit new information because we have Ashley who's joined us and has been digging into this more, but similarly with childcare, we've identified over the next 5 to 8 years that there's roughly $30 to $40 million in capital expenditures. That includes the major is the city's project at Burlingame, but we also have expansions at the Little Red Schoolhouse as well as in Basalt, Stotts Mill, all of which would potentially serve. There's a number of smaller kind of capital maintenance, equipment kind of purchases that would fall in here also. As the board is aware, we are using a significant allocation of the ARPA funds that we received to fund support for staff in childcare in the form of stipends. Those stipends are equal $6,000 a year. For each qualified staff member or child care provider. It doesn't include other types of programs that may be considered to keep up with inflation and such. We'd estimate that if we wanted to continue funding these types of staff support programs similar to what we're doing now, that will probably grow to $1 million a year, both because we're expecting to see increased capacity, so that's good news, so more providers that would need to be supported, as well as needing to grow that support in order to keep up with cost of living. Other options is also supporting families. The city has a tuition program for low-income families who work inside the UGB. They're currently urban growth boundary. I'm sorry. They're currently spending about $300,000. Yeah, see, you're catching on these. They spend roughly $300,000 a year. We estimate right now that outside the urban growth boundary to support a similar program would be about another $100,000 a year. So I know there is a discussion about potentially finding child care support within existing budget. I think it would be difficult to support capital and operating. So that's going to be something that we'll want to chat with you about here. In terms of housing, if we were to talk about a proposed use of additional revenues, right now it would be to look at the full range of housing options and making sure there's a diversity of housing options that's affordable for residents and the county's workforce. And that would include the planning, financing, acquiring, constructing, reconstructing, or repairing and managing housing projects that address the housing needs. We've used this graphic on Housing Continuum. I've added a couple of boxes. Right now, we're primarily funded through a housing impact fee, which allows us to support housing specifically for workforce and specifically for rental housing and home ownership. So our main, right now, revenue source allows us to support affordable housing, not for our whole population, just for our workforce, really, in this box. It leaves out some of the other housing needs that we experience in our community, whether that be transitional housing to help keep people from homelessness as they're having a major life transition, emergency shelters, social housing that may provide some case management or may be available to those who are no longer in our workforce. That could be senior housing and that sort of thing. So we've typically called that community housing. And so when we talk at the staff level, what we've talked about and what the board has talked about is how do we draw that box a little bit bigger? And that's what this green outline would show, so that we have funding that would be available for that full continuum of housing in our community and not limited to just certain segments of the community. Another thing that we'll come back and ask a question on is in other communities that have run questions over the past year or two. For example, Summit County They actually combine the questions of affordability and sustainability for their workforce to be inclusive of both housing and childcare. So that it's really about a community sustainability, community resiliency question more than just housing. And so we think given the needs that we're starting to understand and identify on the childcare front as well as housing front, that may be appropriate for the board to consider asking voters for a tax that would authorize use both to address the housing gap but also the child care gap. And so that will be a question that we'll want to come back to you with today. So in terms of looking at potential revenue sources that we could leverage for housing, we know about the impact fee, and this board has an impact fee around workforce housing, and this board made the decision to collect 100% of what our impact fees studies had showed we could collect. That doesn't address a lot of the continuum, as we already discussed, and it doesn't address the backlog of housing need that exists in our community. And so that really leaves sales tax, lodging tax, and property tax as taxing options. Lodging tax was recently authorized, but frankly, we don't have a lot of lodging outside the urban growth boundary that is just within unincorporated Pickens County. That's not the case in a number of our neighboring rural resort counties, but it is for us. So the ability of a lodging tax to produce significant revenues because our municipalities already have their own, and so they would be excluded from any lodging tax we would pass. It doesn't produce a lot of revenue. So staff is not recommending that. Sales tax has two disadvantages in our community, though it could still be discussed as an option. One is that it's highly elastic. It tends to go up and down with economic swings, and it can be a little bit more difficult if the board wanted to do any financing or bonding questions against. And we already have fairly high sales tax rates, particularly within our municipalities, and that can make it more difficult for those jurisdictions to get behind additional county sales tax for these issues. So still an option, but you'd see a snow mass tax going up, beyond the double digits, well beyond the double digits there. The challenge, I think, with the potential property tax question is that we are expecting that assessed values are going to increase this year, and this would probably be the year that you'd want to go out for a housing question. And so one of the things that the board may want to consider, not just as part of this question, but generally, is should we be researching some type of targeted property tax relief program for those who are most vulnerable, those who are on a fixed income, veterans, what have you. We do have a homestead property tax exemption that provides a certain amount of relief, but it doesn't really address the needs in our market. I believe it provides up to $250,000 of value relief on a home. That doesn't necessarily do a whole lot with what's happened with our real estate market now, but you could draw a box of qualification fairly similarly so that you're really targeting who gets that relief. And so the increases both because of assessed value, which won't be a one-to-one increase, but any other increases that may get approved by voters may not impact those vulnerable populations. That would be a separate kind of question to bring back, a separate issue, but I wanted to flag it here because I do think it's part of any conversation you should have if you're considering a tax.
Can I ask a question? Just about the homestead at $250,000, can that be varied, or is that a statutory limit?
It's a statutory limit, it's a state.
Okay, because it seems like everything else is going up dramatically, that should as well.
Right, I know, yeah, so it's statutory. I think what we've looked at, communities like Broomfield, for example, have put together a program where it's actually kind of a refund model where you qualify folks based on whatever criteria we set, whatever box gets set by the board. And then there's actually a refund back. And, you know, we could talk to some of our other major property tax partners and see if we could put a fund together. I don't think it would be a lot of dollars. It's more attractive maybe than just an overall mill levy reduction, because that tends to be a little bit more regressive than this, which would be more progressive.
Right.
Is the percent of increase of property value the same as the percent of increase of tax?
Absolutely
Property tax?
not. And we'll have Ann come in and talk more about that. But because of the revenue restrictions that we operate under, the Taxpayer Bill of Rights being the main one, Tabor, and it really imposes. We have basically a 5.5% limit unless voters have authorized us. So some jurisdictions do have that exception to Tabor. The county does not, except in open space and trails and the ambulance, right? So for those, if the values go up, say, and please, for the press out there, I'm not saying this is what values are going to go up, but that's up to the assessor's work. But if values were to go up 50%, then we'd have to adjust our mill levy down unless we have voter approval or otherwise to no more than a 5.5%
Okay, that's right.
increase.
Yep. Thank you. I have to keep reminding me of these things.
No worries.
You too will become a tax policy expert.
I don't know about that. I may not be old enough to get there. I mean, I may be too old to get there. It may
I
take
would
too
just
long.
comment,
Look at
the
your tax
legislature
bill
is
and then
quite
decide.
passively going to consider some statewide temporary relief program, even as the legislature comes screaming to its conclusion.
Yeah, well, you know, when you hear about a 70% increase in property values, but then their property taxes are only going up 5.5%. It's not quite so alarming, sorry voters, but.
Yeah.
Now, there will be some jurisdictions, though, that will go up more than that 5, and that's what gets complicated, right, is there on your tax bill, you're going to have maybe
Right.
30
OST
tax.
will go up 70% or something, but in the library and the whatever.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
but still.
So we did run some scenarios based on property tax, just because we saw that as the most likely, and we ran on annual revenues of $8 to $12 million. All of these are below basically what we collect for open space and trails, but basically at $8 million, we're estimating that the 2024 mill levy would need to be 1.81, for 10 million 2.26, and for 12 million 2.71. Per $1 million in actual residential value, not assessed, but what the assessor would estimate the market value to be. You know, it ranges from 122.22 to 183.33 a year in additional taxes per $1 million in value. This breaks down to what it is per day on the residential, so you're between 33 and 50 cents a day per $1 million of value, right? Different on the commercial side, because commercial is assessed at a different rate, right? Whereas residential is assessed at about 6.9%. Commercial and vacant is assessed at 29%. And so per $1 million in commercial value, you're looking at 523 to 785 about $1.44 to $2.15 a day, depending on where you fall in that $8 to $12 million range. This seems to have some connection to housing, actually. While residential properties do drive employment and they do drive housing demand and need themselves, certainly your commercial ventures and such are probably driving higher demand for employment and those housing needs. So that does distribute that burden in a way that probably makes some sense. And I just note that you need about 0.23 mils for every $1 million in property tax revenue is what we're estimating in 2024.
In order to receive $1 million in revenues, you need to be taxing 0.23 mils.
Correct. Correct. Any questions on this? I know I'm going through this kind of fast.
I know you've said that you didn't think much revenue would come from a sales tax or, I'm forgetting, what's the other?
So
like
from a lodging tax, so we can estimate the lodging tax. Sales tax, you could, but the percentages are going to have to go up, and so is it going to be acceptable to have a 12 or 13% sales tax in snowmass? That's going to be the question there, and the elasticity.
I think it'd be worth looking at comparing it just the way we are with this, so we get a view of the entire picture.
We can certainly run those numbers. Yeah, that's not a problem.
Sales tax tends to be more regressive than property tax.
I'm just trying to
look at it.
I'm trying to understand what this means for longtime people whose homes have certainly appreciated. I'm in that category, but we're not living large. We don't go out to dinner. We're not buying things in the stores as much. Looking at a big bump in property tax, I think is going to have a huge impact on the community we're trying to maintain. Well, recent arrivals post-COVID probably can suck it up. I'm not sure the retired ski instructors or the people who've been here for 40 or 50 years can. And so I want to understand and I want to hear from them.
You will.
Yeah, I think we will, and we should. And so I just want to make sure we do, because I kind of wonder, the people who go out to Metzaluna every night can pay that sales tax bump.
Well, if you pay $5,000 in taxes, property taxes right now, it's about a $250 increase, not counting for the differentiation between OST and, all that kind of stuff. But, so, not this. I'm just talking about the increase because of the increase in values. So if it's like a 70% increase net, whatever, and the most we can do is 5.5.
Right.
It's about $250
Right, so
in your
we're
property tax, and this would be another
$250 on, and you're
120.
talking about
This would be 100.
value of the property would be what for a $250 increase?
And this would be another 122 if you had a property that's,
And Greg,
$3 million.
Per $1 million, right, value.
Yeah. And that is the other reason, particularly for those vulnerable populations or folks who might be on fixed incomes because they're here in the community for working for 30, 40 years, and now they're on a retirement kind of program that this board may want to consider. How do you identify a program where you can draw that box appropriately?
Right. Well, or they're working for the hardware store, and their salary hasn't gone up dramatically, but they're still showing up and working at the hardware store for 40. Somebody who's got an entire career working at the hardware store.
I mean, I would definitely welcome that conversation. About how we do some temporary relief in like this sort of shock, situation. But ostensibly, all of those people will also benefit from the increase in value at some point as well. So I think that there's like a balance.
Right. If their plan is to sell out
a
and
temporary
leave town.
relief or something.
Right.
And figure out how we might design that while balancing that against, well, this person could potentially very much get a windfall in the future. So that's just a concern I And that's not what we're talking about. That's a separate
No,
conversation.
but it does have an effect though.
Yeah.
I mean, if we're trying to decide whether or not we can add on to the property taxes in a year where the property taxes are already going up, we
Yeah.
have to be looking at all of that.
Mhm.
But really, for like a $3 million property, you're looking at under $600 increase. And so, yes, there are some people who owned a $3 million property just because they've owned it for so long, not because they're wealthy, for whom a $600 increase in taxes
Will make a difference.
could be painful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
But
I think.
it's
Those are all the people I
terrible.
I
I want to
know
avoid the
who were at
situation
dinner
of
the
people
other
having
night.
to like take out home equity loans because they can't pay their taxes.
Yeah,
You know,
this is not a huge thing. I'm talking about property tax plus this is
Right.
under $600. So it's like, it'll get your attention, but if you were sitting at home looking at the ballot and you were thinking seriously about the problem in the county that we have with affordable housing, and you look at the values of property and everything, I'm not sure it would make you vote no. It's not that huge a number alone. I don't think about, you know.
We'll know more May 1st, right?
Yeah, we will. It's $50 a month, like, to subsidize people who need housing, including your property taxes. So it's not really $50 a month.
Well, just to make it more complex, another potential use that we would encourage the board to be thinking about is, not just getting that annual revenue stream, but to potentially seek authorization to issue bonds against, in this case, and that is one of the reasons that pointed us to property tax, because it's a more favorable revenue source for that. In this case, we see how much housing projects are to bring to completion. Our own Phillips project, which is a relatively modest project, we're estimating at 35 million plus or minus to bring to conclusion. There are partners. Snowmass just had a conversation about their draw project and needing to thread partners together for that, having a significant tens of millions of dollars potential gap, right, in funding for that they need to thread partners together for. And so versus waiting years for us to build up fund balance in order to do that, another option would be to issue bonds. Currently, we have a bond limit of around $118 million in the county. Currently, we still have about 87 million of that available. We do have other priorities that we've been talking about that will likely need to do some bond issuance or potentially COPs. We're not sure. But you'd want to leave some of that bonding authority available for other priorities. We felt that a $50 million revenue bond may be an appropriate ask as a way for us to have a significant war chest right away to partner potentially with our municipalities, or there could be a private-public partnership that emerges in discussions that we could start to participate and address the problem more immediately. Debt service, we would anticipate to be between $3.7 and $3.8 million. This was based on rates in February when we started looking at this. They've been kind of up and down, and so we are anticipating that we'll be a AA1 rating, which is a very good rating. We're a good credit risk on that score. So one thing that we'd encourage the board to be thinking about, if the board does want to seek a question, would also be looking at a bonding question so that we could play more quickly. That allows us to avoid construction inflation. It allows us to address the need. more quickly. Any
What's the difference
questions?
between this and just getting a loan to do a building? We
This-
can't,
this
we
is-
can't get a loan, right?
Yeah, this is the government version
This is
of a
how you
loan.
get a loan.
And the reason that you want to do it this way is we have tax exempt bonding authority. So if you were just to go out and get a loan right now, you're not going to get a 3.84% interest rate. But because we can do tax exempt bonds where the people purchasing those bonds get some tax relief in addition to the interest on the bond, it becomes a more attractive instrument. Plus, we're pledging tax revenues, in this case, property tax revenues, which are really stable, which is almost guaranteed payback. And
I
so
see.
we get a lower interest
thank
rate
you.
is the why. Any other questions on that?
What other, what are we looking at? Just remind me for COPs and bonds that would take from this 87 remaining.
Well, we will have a justice system project that we're going to be talking to you all about, doing programming on next week. And so we would anticipate that we would want to leave some allocation available. COPs don't count against this maximum bonding authority. So if we do it as certificates of participation, you tend to pay a little bit of an interest premium. We pay a very, very small interest premium on that because of our credit rating and the facilities that we've typically chosen to finance with that tool. But you've got that. And then if there were other programs that may need our enterprise funds, like the airport and the landfill, are exempt from that bonding limit, so they don't count against that. But open space and trails does. And so if we were to want the ability to go out for a future bond, if there were a major land purchase opportunity or such in the future, you may want to just have a little bit of that powder dry.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
generally try not to use all that up.
And we have an idea, we don't know what open space would come to us with, but we really don't know what the Justice Center nut's gonna be either, do we?
We don't.
Thank you.
So it's a consideration. Yeah, it's not, it's an additional ask. It would have to be a separate question because of the single question.
So would it be a separate, Justice Center, a separate bond from this?
Even
It
for
might be-
housing would be a separate
It'd
question.
be all
Mhm.
2 or 3 different bonding, if possibly.
Yep.
Yeah, yeah.
So, you're probably gonna get there, but is it possible to do the bond and the tax thing at the same time?
You can put them on the same ballot, but they have to be separate questions.
But they can be simultaneous.
Absolutely, yeah.
And what does that do to the voter?
Well, I mean, it is that's a question I'm going to ask you all, actually, but, that does complicate the communications, right, as far as use. And it is possible for one to pass without the other. That has happened in communities before. But it does, as more questions get lined up on a ballot, it can cause confusion. And so it becomes a communication and campaign challenge, I think.
And does the bond cost the taxpayer anything? Other than almost $4 million a year out of the funds?
Out of the revenue proceeds, yeah.
But they don't have to come up with anything themselves for a bond question?
No.
Okay.
They just have to approve our taking on new debt.
Yep.
Mhm. Yeah, and that's part of the taxpayer's Bill of Rights also.
Do we have an estimate of the amount of time it takes to design, develop, propose, design, and develop a property? If the county's gonna do something, like say we wanna do housing in some location, how many years
Oh, that's a
would that
really
be
good
start
question.
to finish? Because
Well-
what I'm wondering is,
Don't use Phillips as your example.
well, let's not use Phillips.
That's where I was gonna start.
Yeah, that's one. And we're familiar with that one.
But,
So just
but
wondering.
take Baselvis. Yeah, I mean, I think you can anticipate for a major development project, you measure it in years. By the time you do
Multiple years,
acquisition
yeah.
and planning and We tend to lean into a lot of public process and being responsive to public process, and that adds time too. And so Basalt Vista was, I believe that was about a 4-year project.
Is
by
that
the time
all?
That's not
It seemed
bad.
like it took longer. Yeah.
Phillips has taken us a little bit longer
Right.
but part of that is understanding what it is we want to do, right, and moving that forward. And it helps to move a project along when you know you have a funding source for it, right? When you're part of what added time, for example, to Basalt Vista was really spending a year putting together the agreements and the funding sources and the partnerships to make that work. That's a great thing. It is a great project and a great set of partnerships. And you can move a little bit more quickly when you have resources lined up.
And bigger.
Mm-hmm. And bigger, yeah. Which I know is going to be a concern too of the boards is just how do these dollars get applied and who's making that decision at the end of the day.
I think it definitely helps when you can tell the public what you're planning to do with the money before you ask for the money. If we say, we know we want to build a project in this location of this size with these guardrails and with these opportunities for, whose problem are we trying to solve? Mm-hmm. If we can articulate that, it would be a lot easier to go out and sell that to the public. But I also hear you saying it's hard to design that if you don't know the money's there. So there's, I kind of think that the burden would be upon us to do that work in advance. It's like any business proposition, right? Where you have to tell them what the money's for before they're going to loan it to you.
Well, I do think that there is a community understanding of the part of what makes a housing project come together is opportunity, right? Can we find and acquire the property, or can we partner on a property? And I think we probably could identify some partnership opportunities very quickly. Would they likely be the only uses of the funds? Probably not. But we could probably find some good examples, Greg, that we could bring to the voters. It's difficult to have those conversations about what a partnership would look like. We have a chicken or the egg problem, right? When we go to our partners and we say, they're going to ask, well, are you bringing $1 million in housing impact fees, or what are you bringing to the table so we can talk about what a partnership would look like? Depending on what kind of appetite this board has to even explore, right, revenues and that sort of thing, we can start having those discussions. But it's very, very difficult to start to put something together when we don't know what we're bringing to the table. Does that make sense?
Totally, yeah. That's the difficult part.
Yeah, no, I think it is the difficult part. And I think, like, if we were to do a jail bond or something, like, the public would want to know, what are you building? Like, you're building a specific, like, you're asking for money on a specific project, whereas this is like asking for money on a community solution, and like we don't do that with open space and trails. Right, like when we bonded for open space and trails 20 years ago, nobody knew if or when we were going to actually use that bond that we then now have in the bank from last year and still haven't spent, right? So I think there's some latitude along the spectrum of, like, is this money, like, are you just asking for a specific project, or are you asking for a broader community solution that we should be thoughtful about? But I think there's some space there.
Interesting.
In terms of use of the funds, this board is always the ultimate check when it comes. No expenditures can really happen without approval of this board, and this board can put, or future boards, right, can put whatever guardrails. I do think it'd be important. We've got a lot of public process going on right now around growth management and such. You know, but it would be important for the board to adopt a policy or plan directing those future housing expenditures. And that plan should be informed by the recommendations of the Growth Management Committee. I will project that I think what they're gonna give some general ideas, but say we need to do exactly this. We need to do some more specific planning, you know, within these kind of boundaries. And also looking at how does any expenditure fit within our land use policies and master plans as amended by the board. And then of course you have still the ability to pursue development neutral kind of strategies, the buy downs of existing units, partnering with folks. It's unlikely that that alone would meet the housing gap, but it can be an important component and limit the growth impacts of it. And so you've got a lot of options and opportunities. We wouldn't lay them out here, but I think there's a pretty clear path for this board to kind of create a policy and plan as kind of the bumpers on use of it, and ultimately this board would have to, just like you do for open space and like you do for every other county fund, ultimately approve any expenditures before they're made.
I definitely think we should do that.
Should do what?
Articulate
What
that
it is we
very
wanna do.
clearly, yeah.
Yeah.
I agree.
And again, it's about getting that sense of what's our starting point here, because it's a really different conversation if we're talking about a housing impact fee and our ability to, you know, do workforce housing or something different. That changes our planning parameters.
Right.
Right. So as far as you know, staff's recommendation, we think in terms of addressing the affordable housing gap, really the two questions, you know, right now we would recommend pursuing a property tax. We would also recommend pursuing bonding authority like we did so many years ago with open space. We would not recommend debrucing that revenue source, but really having it having the growth restrictions applied to future growth, really kind of like what we've done with the Healthy Community Fund, where we set an amount and the mill levy can float, but that amount can only grow according to the revenue restrictions that are in Tabor. That provides some certainty, and we think provides adequate revenue for bonding types of questions and to provide a steady revenue stream that we can accumulate fund balance for other capital either purchases, projects, or operations and programs. And right now we'd lean towards the 10 to 12 million because we do know that historically real estate here has grown at a slightly faster rate than that revenue restriction. So starting a little higher and building up will help us. In terms of next steps, we do have some statutory timelines if the board was going to be looking at doing something this year in June. We do need to give a letter of our intent to put a ballot question on. By the end of August, we don't really do an IGA because the clerk is part of the county. We've always had this conversation. Can we do an IGA with ourselves because we're the same organization? But we do generally make sure that we have with our designated election, who our designated election official is for the question, an agreement with the clerk's office. It's usually in the form of a letter. September 8th is your drop dead for certification of ballot content to the clerk, and then election day is November 7th. Frankly, if the board were to pursue a question like you want to start all this
now
earlier, yeah. So I've got a bunch of discussion questions for you here, and I know I've probably taken up even more time than was allotted me, but
No, you haven't.
you know, I guess first, is just, does the board support, further exploration or potentially putting a ballot question on this year? Should we be considering housing and childcare within the scope of that question? We had proposed a fairly broad scope of use to include capital and maintenance and operations on both sides to give the board the most flexibility to address the needs as they evolve in the community. Should we be looking at other revenue sources, or does property tax make sense? And the bonding. If the board, and these are about exploring, you don't need to make decisions on these today, right? Because we're just starting this conversation. These are going to be the important questions. If the answer, though, to we should be exploring these makes sense, then we should probably look at engaging a polling company to provide more information about what is the community's appetite for two questions. What is the community's appetite for, a particular type of tax question and level, so that you understand that before crafting and certifying that ballot language. As staff, we can still play in helping to do that work until you certify ballot language, and then under Hatch Act we cannot participate anymore in that. And then looking for additional information. Greg, you've already asked for some to compare different taxes and that sort of thing. And then just the political questions. This is going to take a lot of commitment from board members to lead on a question if it's going to be successful. Is the timing right? Those are things that you're better suited to answer than staff is. And that polling may help inform. And there's probably 100 other questions that we didn't put on here that would be appropriate.
I would do the polling starting as soon as possible. I was going to say I'd probably almost ask these questions in reverse order when I was looking at it. But polling would be very important because I don't have a feel for it. And then regarding scope, I think that's something that I'm going to need to spend a lot more time on to understand and appreciate. Because if we make it too broad, I think our polling numbers will go down. And if we're more specific, I think we'd have a better chance. It's my personal, from where I sit, that makes sense to me. But I don't know. I guess I need some confirmation bias, some work on that.
Steve, do you
I
want to
think
talk?
whatever you're going to endorse is a very helpful thing to know too.
Yeah.
Steve?
Well, John and I had this discussion earlier today, so I kind of had a preview of the main concepts here. And at this point in time, I think I would leave it all as options to be, not to eliminate anything at this point. And I know we're talking about having a polling company come in and, do a survey in the public, so that could help us to decide if we need to eliminate something along the way. I think the housing, oftentimes the child care stuff sometimes is associated with the housing project, but I don't think that's what we're intending here, is that just in general, wherever the best locations for child care would not necessarily be at a housing project, although there might be more child care needed from there. And that question is this a high enough priority for individual board members to commit to working? And I remember different elections where Rachel really got out there and pushed, and Patty really got out there and worked hard on ballot questions, and that's the kind of, it's not just gonna happen by itself, but would need a commitment on our part to get out there. But this is like, the housing thing is so pressing of an issue that I think that would be important. And I think I think we would need to be able to explain to the public where we are going to be spending this money. Like if we have specific projects in the next 5 years that we're going to put the housing money here, 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 and here, so they know that we have our ducks in order and aren't going to be wasting their money. I think that would be important.
Yeah, Kelly?
Yeah, I've already definitely been talking to people in the leaders in the community that we were discussing this, and would love to talk with them about future community or committee activity if we send a question to the ballot. I do think it might be useful. I know I would like to do this, and I don't know if it would be useful to staff to do it, but to understand how the RAFTA 2040 campaign kind of went, because I think they did a really good job, and there was a lot in there that they managed to, I think, organize and write a good question and campaign around. So that could be a good.
It took us about 2 years to tee that one up.
Could input on that. So.
Yeah, it was a much longer process getting that one prepared to put forward. That was, I think, about 2 years at least, as I recall. So we don't have that luxury of time.
Ours may not be as complicated though either. I just think they would
Possibly,
be a good.
yeah, that's multi-jurisdictional.
Like some good lessons learned, you know.
Yeah.
From that.
Well, I think in terms of these questions, I think the first one is a given that, yes, we support continuing discussions. You guys agree on that?
Yeah.
I'm not sure how I feel about combining housing and childcare because we've just done these stipends and they were very public. Possibly, I mean, as a candidate, I was running on childcare being associated with housing, so it'd be weird for me to say we shouldn't put them together now. But anyway, I don't know. But what do you mean by scope of use?
Well, that's going back to both the broader population, for example, with housing that we're seeking to serve everything from homeless prevention through transitional housing, social housing, and then workforce housing.
Okay. So how big is our bandwidth on how to spend the money that we raise with the tax?
Yeah, so that's one piece, and then, the other piece is within that, is it capital, is it repair? We've got some aging stock, and I think we're gonna have some asks coming up around that. We don't have a revenue source that we're allowed to apply to that right now outside of the general fund. And so that would be the other question on scope.
Okay. I'm just reading through your list of questions, see if there's any more we can answer now. I would definitely commit to working on the ballot language and promoting it after it's on the ballot. And is the timing right? It's pretty much out there in the public. Housing right now is so big in the news and stuff. I just feel like maybe this is the right time, and especially after we said last year that we weren't doing it because we didn't have enough time. We can't really say that again. Like, it was one thing to say it last year, but that was a year ago, so we've had all this time to work on it. So it would be really awkward, I think, if we didn't do it this year. I think Rachel might come and have a complete fit in here one day if we don't do it.
Well, and ironically, she says odd years are terrible years to do tax questions,
Because people don't vote.
Yeah, there's just much less turnout. We don't know what else is going to be on the ballot this year, so it's hard to link those decisions to something that we don't know.
But on the other hand, if there's not a lot on the ballot and we do a lot of campaigning for it, then maybe the people who vote would be those who want to get on and vote for it. Or not. Or against it.
Do we have anybody who can counsel us on what's happening on nationwide with housing. You know, I've read an interesting thing that basically said that the last recession in 2008, 6, 7, 8, basically destroyed the housing, you know, took away the growth in the housing industry. And a lot of the problems we see nationally, we always thought it was just our community that had a housing problem. And we were called out for causing all these housing problems, but it turns out it's a nationwide problem and we didn't cause it. Every community in Colorado has a housing problem, and every county in the country has one, as near as I can tell. I don't think that there's a community anywhere who would say they don't have a problem with housing. So we've got that. And then we have a state that is very, I guess, ambitious in trying to solve a housing problem. And they've put forward some bills lately that are hard for even us who are pro-housing to swallow.
We're about to talk about those.
And we're about to talk about those. So I'm just wondering, we're reacting locally to a problem that's certainly local, but it's also partially much bigger than that. And my biggest fear is that we try to solve the bigger problem, which is much greater than we are. And we also compromise a lot of what we've tried to do to maintain growth levels and you know, quality of life issues in our community. So I want to make sure I understand what problem we're solving and whose problem we're solving, and so the scope of work to me is a little bit broader, or narrower or broader. I have a lot more questions around the scope. Because I really want to understand this. If we come up with a solution that doesn't fit with the state, or if the state comes up with one that doesn't fit with us, how is this going to affect this? And how will our, you know, I'm going to guess that our constituency in Pitkin County is asking the same questions when they're looking at what's coming down from the state, or less so the feds, but more the state.
If they're looking at it.
Well, I think their attention has been.
Well, I agree with you, and I do think, and I said this like a year ago, I think, and that at some point we need to discuss how much affordable housing are we putting out there. I just don't think we can avoid that question. I know it's going to be a continuing and a movable number, but I do fear that people in the community will only tolerate so much manufactured growth, that we are promoting the growth. I think there's going to be a point where people are going to be, enough is enough, you know. How many more? 1,000 more, 2,000 more, 3,000 more, you know? I mean, we already, 47% of our workforce lives in affordable housing. So I do think at some point we have to have some kind of, not a hard and fast number necessarily, but I think we need to entertain the concept that there's a limit to how much we can do.
Yeah.
So I don't know exactly how we have that conversation, because we've definitely decided we want to do work on it. We want to make it better for the people who live here. But for how long and for how many? And I mean.
And I wonder if some of this conversation is going to kind of evolve out of the growth management group by identifying locations and boundaries there. I don't think it's going to get to the level, Francie, that you're talking about, maybe a hard number limit, but it may provide that foundation for us to have, if there are policy decisions made about, development within urban growth boundaries. But I think where we struggle is what's appropriate outside of the urban growth boundaries and where. And if we answer those questions and what density, we can start to reduce that down to a pretty specific number.
I think you're going to have to put that out to that committee now if you really want them to answer those questions, because they're not talking about multifamily dwellings and affordable housing. So if we want them to, we better let them know right now.
Well, I think they're going to come back and say you need to almost do a whole nother study on that because of the amount of time.
I'm just saying,
yeah.
we're not gonna get answers from them on multifamily housing, in my opinion, from what I've heard.
I agree with you. I think what we will get is recommendations around, hey, you need to look at a transit-oriented development and look within kind of these areas and have those discussions about what's appropriate. I think we'll get to that level, but not the level you're talking about. But that provides a foundation.
Well,
If you
that'd be
agree
great.
with
I
those
hope we
policy,
do get to that
yeah.
level. But I'm just saying that if we're gonna put this on the ballot, I think we need to be prepared to have with our constituents a conversation about how far do you guys wanna take this? Where are we going with this, you know? And it's really, really hard to
Well, maybe
think
we-
about our answer, that's for sure.
Well, maybe we can work backwards, though, based on the revenue ranges that we're talking about. If those seem reasonable, we're only going to be able to do so much anyway, even in partnership. So we may be able to work backwards and talk a little bit about what we think is possible within a range. And
That's probably a good way to start.
and maybe that's the way for
Yeah.
us to do it, and talk. So
we-
I'll talk to staff about that.
I think that's a really a good idea. Are we gonna have a sunset clause on this tax?
Well, that would be another question. Of course, if you do a bond issue, the sunset would be dictated by the bond terms. You know, the numbers I gave you were based on a 20-year issue, I believe.
Is that sum issued every year? You don't get the whole amount at the
You
beginning?
get it all at the beginning.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's just the payback.
And we'd need to, yeah, so the payback goes over 20 years. We get everything up front, just like you would like a mortgage or
Right.
something like that. And then we'll have a certain amount of time that we'll have to put those dollars into use once we issue the bonds to avoid what's called arbitrage and that
Okay.
sort of thing. But we have people smarter than I know a lot more than me about that will help us manage through that if we have that authorization. But I think we could probably come back. I don't think the numbers that we're going to be able to produce, you know, even over 20 years, I think it may surprise you.
How little they
we
do.
can accomplish?
I didn't. I was trying to find a better way to put that, but yeah. I don't know.
Well, when we're talking
that
about
the growth-
workforce housing costing $750,000 to $1 million per unit, like.
That's optimistic.
And that's yes.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And that's our investment. That's not necessarily the recipient's cost, but we've
On
got
a
a
cost
plan.
share basis,
Yeah.
And then I think another thing that we need to be talking about is whether we're talking about rental units or, and county ownership or selling them. I mean,
Absolutely, and I
Yeah.
would suggest that the right answer is going to be
all over the above.
a diversity of housing options in the community, because it's not just about rental. You know, if you're going to build community, you do want some ownership opportunities, because those are folks that stay, and we're a resort, so we also need rentals and those sorts of things, because people are going to be transient here. Yeah.
And if we have partners, the partners are probably going to be fairly specific about who they want to put in their housing. If it's the school, my guess is they'll want school employees. And if it's the airport or you name it, they're going to want to make sure their employees are housed.
Yeah.
And that's something that doesn't seem like this board is willing to put a guardrail on, but a partner is going to. So how do we navigate that?
Yeah, well, with partners, my experience in putting partnerships together like that is you have to give room for the partners to meet their interests, or you're not gonna have a partnership. And so I do think some of the guardrails, actually some of the uses, just like you said, get defined by how we build the partnerships and who gets housed. Our interest tends to be a little bit broader because of the scope of services that we offer and the scope of community that we serve.
But if
And
we're
so-
including our housing mitigation fees, we can't prioritize Pickens County employees, correct?
Correct. And you can't use it outside of workforce housing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think we've got some direction. We will start putting together some additional information. I've heard requests around some of the successful campaigns that were recently conducted, bringing back additional information to include some of the numbers on the other taxing sources, lodging and sales tax. It does sound like the board is interested in engaging a polling company, so we need to do that right away. I would encourage that we let them guide us through what an appropriate poll and scope of questions would be for this. And
we want to have oversight of the questions, though.
yeah, we'll bring them back. I mean, you hire them because they know how to.
They know how to ask it properly, but I want to make sure they don't leave something out, or they.
We'll bring it back, kind of like we do the survey, the community survey. We'll give you all a chance and to review it and have the company here so that they can say, here's why we do it this way, and or not.
We'll have a chance to weigh in to know if our questions are being answered.
Also, all the list. I just want to hear more of your list.
Yeah. And so we will start compiling that information and set up another work session around those two. I think on the board's work, you all need to be talking about politically, how do you start to organize if this is going to be a question that you want to pursue. Staff will be out of that at a certain point, and so that's something, if those conversations aren't happening, you need to be talking about how do you want to organize around that. And so,
can I add to your list of things to bring back to us, possible locations for affordable housing through up and down the valley, because that's another thing. If we're just talking about the urban growth boundary, or are we actually talking about, nexus of transit and services, and where are those? And
so the list I could probably produce quickly would be based on partners projects, because we don't have any, and I don't want to get ahead of the growth committee necessarily on the transit oriented development, but can we bring back a list of potential projects that we could partner on and that funds would be applied to? I think we could do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
If we could ask, so the partners are a big part of this, especially when it comes to the polling. I almost want to have a separate poll. It's your or staff's poll of the partners, or all of us. Finding if there's a partner out there, we should try to bring them in and find out if they're real and what their interests are, because that's going to help frame any polling we do, I think.
Well, and I think we know the projects that are being publicly discussed and planned right now. Those are the most likely ones that we would want to.
But then there's the developers also, like the two that we heard from at the summit, whatever the summit, that was called a summit, right? Because I think there's incredible potential of partnering with developers. So, I don't want to overlook that and just look at nonprofits.
Prefer all partners that want to lose money, but that's okay.
Well, 5% doesn't kill you. If they can get 5%, I mean, that's what they say, that works, so.
Well, I appreciate, this is a difficult discussion, and I had to move away from my Dilbert cartoons for obvious reasons, so I'm leaning on the far side now. But yeah, thanks for your direction. We'll be back.
Well, that's a good one. Okay.
Thanks, John.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, John.
Thank you.
So this must be Robert Jenkins. Okay, this is a Citizen Board Election Commission interview, and Charlotte will be introducing him. Of course, I didn't bring my questions.
Okay, so Mr. Jenkins is here for an interview for a position on the Election Commission. We are receiving applications through April 28th, as the AIS states, but we have also I said no other applications have been submitted. And I've received 2 this week. So just to let you know, I'm
Okay.
trying to get those scheduled as well. So there are 2 vacancies on the board. And so.
So Francie, if I could.
Yeah, go ahead,
Do we have
please.
to ask, hey Bob, good to see you, long time. We're gonna wait till the 28th before we can make a decision?
Correct.
If that's the deadline, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, so no
Yes.
decisions are made until after the 28th?
Right, and we
Yep.
have other boards that have vacancies that we're advertising for as well, so
Right.
as those come
Now,
in.
we
we'll-
did, now that, I was out of town, so if you can pardon me for asking it again, but just to understand, we did appoint somebody already while the applications were open, and I don't understand that.
Because there was a deadline, a previous deadline in March,
Okay.
and he was part of that group.
He was part of a different group, a different
Yes.
deadline. Okay, I didn't understand that. Thank you.
Well, the only one we're waiting for is planning and zoning, right, and this? Do we have others that are still outstanding?
Well, I mean, we have several boards that have vacancies. They're ongoing: Redstone, Historic
Historical.
Preservation, Senior Services. So I'm advertising for any that are any vacancies.
Sure.
And the next deadline is April 28th.
Okay,
Okay.
got it. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Bob, for your application. It's, I hope it's a job that doesn't require a whole lot of your time. That's the goal. I think Ingrid would agree. So are you currently still involved with the Pitkin County Republicans as an officer of some sort?
Not as an officer or anything.
Okay, you're just in as a
No,
member.
I just made the mistake of showing up at the meeting, and of course, we've always been the guys that when they say, well, we need more election judges, and so I've always been the guy begging for those volunteers to fill those spots, and so this time around, they said, the board's looking for members. How
Your
about
turn.
it? Go for it.
So you're not the chair or the president or anything like that?
No.
Okay, great, thank you. That's my main question. Other questions?
This was your payback for doing it to everyone else for so many years? Is that-
Greg, I think you've got it right there. Yeah, they looked around the room and they said, you got the experience, go.
So you have 2 additional applications to Bob's, or Bob's and 1 more?
I have 2 additional ones.
Okay.
Okay. Since you were working around elections somewhat, you would have seen perhaps the need for an election board. And I mean, I understand the election board has hardly ever met, but I always thought that every one of our boards should meet at least once a year to talk about the program, the policies, the responsibilities, so they have an understanding of it, whether they're actually needed or not for a dispute at the election. I think it's important to be ready. So what do you see as the need for the election board?
Well, Commissioner Child, I think as much as anything in today's world is to really communicate with the people of the county that the elections are, trying to move forward efficiently and get everybody to participate, and this is why you need to participate. Your vote's important. Elections matter, and I think that's really the issue. Over our years, you're right. We basically met with Janice, and usually in the election room when we're trying to get something accomplished, that had come up. So the idea of planning ahead and trying to anticipate problems is a real good idea. But I think over the years that I've been involved in them, and my wife has been a election judge for many years, more than I. Of course, as a chair, you can't be an election judge. So, but she filled that spot. So I guess I'm very aware of all the different things that go on in the election process. And overall, I would have to say that we've got a pretty good system. It's worked pretty well for a long time, and I don't think we need to throw it out and think that we need to fix the whole world. It's going pretty well, and Commissioner McNichols was certainly involved in a lot of the efficiency of it. So I don't think it's a committee that needs to reinvent something is, I guess, the best way to say that.
Hear, hear.
So I'm curious about something on your resume. You're involved in longleaf timber.
Yes, sir.
And
forestry.
Is that in Florida you were doing that?
It is.
Or you're still working on that? And then what the longleaf? What kind of trees are those that you're growing and harvesting?
Well, the longleaf pine is the original tree of the South. When you think of timber or building materials, you hear of yellow pine. Well, that's the original product. I mean, it was the tree that was in place when America was founded, and is pretty well the tree that built Atlanta and Vicksburg and almost all the major cities of the South. It was also a really, really, it's a huge environmentally, desirable tree. As a matter of fact, a couple of years ago, 2020, I was actually named the Stewardship Forest Landowner of the Year for the state of Florida for the work that we've done. I've planted over 300,000 pines, and we've managed to run 600 acres of it. In its day, Pensacola and longleaf pine were primarily developed for shipbuilding. Pensacola was a big, in the wooden ship days, was a big shipbuilding place, and the yellow pine had so much sap in it that it kept the worms from eating into it, and it kept the water from rotting it away. And all of what are called ship stores and that actual black pitch that became turpentine in modern days, but that you chink the hulls of the ships came from yellow pine. So it's a long game. I've been in it. My family has been in it for 80 years. I've been running it the last 40. So
That is so interesting. How old is the tree when you harvest it?
Excuse me?
How old is the tree when it's harvested?
Depends on what timber product you're going for. For the most part, we're in what are called poles today. Used to be power poles. Of course, we're not using too many power poles comparatively today, and we're certainly not using very much for ship timber. But you can start in the forestry industry. The first, just 10, 15 years in, you're in what's called pulpwood, which is your young trees. And in fact, I spoke at one of the commission meetings some time ago when they were talking about charging for bags, and as a guy in the timber business, I said, well, paper bags are one of the best things you can have, because young trees are like young children. They eat a lot more CO2 than kids do. Kids eat more food than older people, and that new young growing tree is what the pulp paper industry uses to get paper. And brown paper, which is what you use in grocery store bags, is not a highly toxic product, because you're not using bleach and anything to turn it white. So like I said, so the first thing, pulp and paper, is just, it's 10, 15 years. Basically, it's determined by what they call the diameter and mean breast height. So when you reach out about here, if the tree's 6 to 8 inches in diameter, it's pulp and paper. That's 10 to 12 years.
The whole tree?
The whole tree, yeah. When they cut them off the bottom, and we have one machine today that just cuts the tree off at the bottom, snatches it like this. It's got a...
Cuts them to lengths?
Yeah, they don't cut them to length there, but it runs up the side, takes all the branches off, and picks it up and lays it down on the skidder, picks it up, moves it over to the log deck to load on the trucks and pull out of there. We might have had a chance to see some forestry here in the area. I know the White River guys tried to get some going up the upper frying pan there a few years ago, and took a lot of unfortunate negative feedback because of the potential traffic of log trucks through the city of Basalt. But as the chairman said then, they said, well, you know, we're gonna at least have the log trucks under control as they come through the town. Whereas if you get to the fire point of view, which I do we do a lot of prescribed fire work. And that, if you get down to that, you're gonna have a lot more traffic through your town than you will just a few log trucks a day, you know, so.
What happens to all the branches that are cut off when you do that process?
Yeah, those are pretty well put in slash piles, and much like they're doing with some of the beetle kill around here, you basically pile them up and burn them when the weather conditions are right. And that's the whole big thing about prescribed burning, is you gotta have this all done under the proper weather. And then the primary difference between prescribed burn and a wildfire is where the wind is in the direction of the fire. Basically, the prescribed burn is a backfire where you light it on the downwind side and the fire creeps along the ground up going against the wind, and then the wind is blowing the heat and the embers back onto the already burned area so it doesn't reignite. Whereas in wildfires, those are called head fires, and that's why they're so unfortunate and dynamic and burn out everything in the way, is because they're being pushed forward by the wind and all the heat and the coals are blowing ahead. But back to the rest of your question, so our timber to get to real pole height, which is a clean tree, 100+ feet high, that's pretty much a 40-year crop cycle.
100 years, 100 feet tall, wow.
Well, that's interesting. It's
Very interesting.
totally doesn't have anything to do with elections, but it helps me to understand you better and what you do with.
But we're long-term players, let's put it that way.
Yeah, yeah.
But you have
And it's like basically farming trees, which anything, it's one
just so we
branch
have
of agriculture, so yeah, that makes me
We just have a crop that
interested.
has a long crop cycle to it, many years.
Well, you have an interesting combination of accomplishments from solar to trees.
Right. As a matter of fact, I'm working on a little expansion on my house. I originally built a totally solar house in Woody Creek in '81, and we're doing a little expansion on the kitchen because it's 40 years old. My wife was looking forward to that, and we're going to go full PV solar this time around. So
cool.
we're working on that now.
That's great.
I'd love some clarity on the difference between an election commissioner and an election judge. You're probably, I'm looking at you.
I can tell you what I
Maybe
think
Bob
I know.
knows. Bob could tell me.
Here. Bob could tell you.
Somebody could take a stab at it, but so how does the
I
job
can
of
tell
the commissioner? Maybe Bob, let Bob, you
Commissioner.
know it well.
Yeah, I could tell you a lot about the election judge part and all the different parts of it, but having not been a commissioner, not really been in front of, as you brought up, the election commission very much, all we did was work with Janice and Kelly a lot. So it's I'm not sure that I know that much on a day-to-day basis, but day-to-day, the judges are the ones that are verifying the signatures, making sure that the signatures match what's on the records, and that all the ballots are coming in and being absolutely accounted for at a very, very high level, counted and recounted and recounted. The commission, I think, is basically, if I were to guess what the overhead would be, is to make sure that the whole system is operating, that your ballot drop-off boxes and getting the word out about the elections and where the polling booths are and getting all the ballots picked up on time is probably their bailiwick of organization to make sure that all that runs smoothly. But I would guess I'd have to defer to Commissioner Nichols. She's probably been in that position way more than I.
So,
yeah, please do.
So he described what the election judges do. They get appointed for each election to execute the conduct of the election. Voter registration, check voters in, issue ballots, tally ballots. The commission is more of a grievance board. And I can just read the very short paragraph in the Home Rule Charter. It says, any person aggrieved by the manner in which the county clerk and recorder administers voter registration or performs election duties shall have the right to appeal such action to the Election Commission. Any such appeal shall be lodged in writing with the Election Commission within 3 days after the occurrence of the act. The decision of the commission upon such an appeal shall be final, subject to court review. So they get that, and I'm not sure it was ever stood up in the 5 years I worked in the elections office for any grievance, but that's what the Home Rule Charter says about it.
Got it. So I guess in your experience and in yours, how it sounds like we don't really have a lot of conflicts here. You hear about the conflicts like the situation in Mesa County or in other states where you really do have situations. And is it situations where you have rogue election commissioners, or is it rogue election judges, or is it just citizens who are, when there's trouble, whatever it may be? I'm just wondering. One, I want to ensure we have free, fair, and elections that don't cause a lot of public angst or personal for anyone involved. And I know it can get heated at times, but it seems like we've done a pretty good job over the years.
I think you're correct. Yeah, we have not had many of those. And Kelly, I would ask you, the other question is, does the actual election commission deal with the provisional ballot mail-outs and that too, or not?
I don't see it
Or does the
listed
clerk
in
pretty well handle that
in the
paperwork?
Home Rule Charter, but I did write to our county attorney asking for some more understanding of what the scope is. But I just did that, so I don't have an answer.
So it's really more of a grievance committee.
Our provisional ballots were always handled through Colorado election law, which allows election judges to deal with that.
So the last question would be if our clerk for some reason doesn't know what to do in a certain situation. Madeline, you can come up if you want to weigh in. If they don't know what to do, do they consult the election commission, or do they consult the Secretary of State?
Secretary of State. Yeah, the commission is not a daily basis. Nice to see you in person. We speak on the phone and such, but yeah, it's like the problem lady, the problem dude.
They're a grievance committee.
Yeah, the grievance committee to come in, but no on the provisionals. That's all done by the book, as Kelly would probably remember. Yeah. Everything is done, by statute. Right. We don't bring in, and like I said to you guys, I don't think you were here for the last meeting when you interviewed the other candidate, but it's not been seated in the time that I've been here, which has been about 2 years now going on. I don't know if it's just lack of a problem, but I think that the new clerk really, bless you, wanted to make sure that we have it in place if there is, because the post-2020 climate is a lot different, obviously. So we want to have a good, and it's nonpartisan, even though you would be representing your party. Any decisions you make,
I thought I'd be independent of that.
Well, you can be independent, but nonpartisan is probably the better way to say it, and everything. So that's.
I was going to ask a question about the balance of Republicans, Democrats. Where do we stand on that? Don't we have to have like an even number of each, Charlotte?
I don't believe that it says we
doesn't
have
state
to.
that.
No, but we have 2 unaffiliated and 1 Republican currently.
Got it.
I thought that they said we had to have some from each party. Did you have another question?
Well, I had a question. Can a person be an election judge and serve on the election commission?
No. And you can be married to an election judge because Carol is one of our A-team judges, so we don't want to give her up. And no, you can, because they operate very differently. Everything, I would think, if there is an issue with a judge and it would happen to be someone you're married to, you recuse. But that's why I try to seat a 5-person board, unaffiliated, Dems, Republican. So.
What do you mean? Some Democrats, some Independents?
Well, it's a 5-person board. It's up to you guys how you want to allot those spaces, I suppose. There's nothing that says you need to have 1 Democrat, 2 Republicans, 2 unaffiliated. I think you want representation, but there's nowhere where the numbers are quantified.
Got it.
So
I think it's up to your discretion.
Achieve a good balance.
Well, I would think you would want to, but that's your decision.
I see.
You guys you get to make that decision, that call. Kelly, you're,
Just like the election judges, at any time at the table, there's always got to be one Democrat, one Republican.
Yeah.
Looking at every time a ballot's open or handled, there's got to be both parties represented all the time. And so as an old chair, when the actual certifications and all that are done, the same thing as an equal balance all the time. So I would strongly presume that we're going to keep that going. Because as you've asked correctly, Greg, we have had very, very few problems, here in this county, and there's no reason that we anticipate new ones that I'm aware of, or that we should be planning to make sure that we can handle them.
Right, got it. Thank you. Appreciate it. And it's great to see you, 'cause it's been many, many years since I laid eyes on you, but you've been in the community for so long. Right.
No, it's interesting. I see your
my
brother.
brother, right.
I see your brother in firewood regularly.
Right, exactly. Yeah, I thought so. Well, thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Bob, for applying, and Charlotte will be in touch with you.
All
Thank
righty.
you for coming and interviewing with us. It was really educational for me. I really enjoyed that.
Thanks,
Good to see you,
Charlotte.
Bob. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlotte.
Well, thank you for considering it, and we look forward to serving the county.
Probably be sometime in May, right, before we hear.
Right,
Yeah.
because it's looking like,
Somebody's gonna run the clock
It'll
out
be
on
before the
applying.
election.
Okay,
Thank you.
All right, thank
Bye,
you.
Bob, thanks.
okay.
Future agendas.
And at the next meeting, we'll get into more of the other sizes of timber.
Thank you.
I have gotten locked out of my electronic memory. There's some really bizarre code.
Our first. I'm glad we're gonna hear about the website update. I always get nervous around website updates and agenda updates. It's like, how come I can't figure this out? I'm getting better, though.
I am sorry, I do not. Oh, here we go.
Well, I can give you something about future agendas. I won't be here next Tuesday for most of the day, but we are planning on being back by 3 o'clock, and that is when we're doing the CJCC report. So we're not moving that no matter what, right? You have some people coming in, and that's an unmovable object, correct?
That's 3 p.m. next Tuesday.
Yeah,
Yeah, we tried to push it as late as we could.
yeah, that's great.
Did we confirm that invitation with the whole, the board? Has that gone out? To the whole
I will
CJCC?
double check with
Okay.
Alex.
Thank you.
Okay, well, I will try to measure up when I'm chairing. I get my chance.
I'm sure you'll be awesome. Thank you for that.
Okay, I got my electronic memory
Oh, good.
working. So, the board had requested quarterly P&Z meetings, so we're working on getting those scheduled. It looks like the first opportunity for P&Z would be in June, on either June 6th or June 20th. We wanted to make sure there weren't any conflicts with the board. We do already have a joint meeting scheduled with OST on June 6th. So it could be just a joint meeting day with your advisory boards, but wanted to make sure that we were going to have certainly a quorum, hopefully all of you there for that.
June 6th?
Either the
I'd
6th
prefer
or
that.
20th.
And that was for which P&Z and what other?
June 6th, we'll have open space and trails is already on the agenda, and then we talk about adding P&Z.
I just soon
Yep,
keep
I'll
June
be here.
20th light.
CCI meeting is the week before that, so
So June 6th.
June 6th works.
I'm good that day also. Just a reminder, I'm gone, June 10th to 17th, Craig.
Okay, I got you covered.
I'll probably zoom in from Costa Rica if I can. It's pretty much the same time zone, so it should be pretty easy to do.
And then I don't know what's on executive session. I think you all were looking for some additional time for the clerk to come back on the redistricting next week. Is that right?
If they could come back next week and then we could put it on May 10th for.
They won't have
They have
much
time to prepare it and publish it.
Yeah, they won't have time to really prepare anything for next week. I don't know, Steve. It'd more be, I think, bringing Steve's
Yeah, just
analysis up.
discussion, yeah.
Just discussion.
And then that gives them another week to get ready for.
Okay. We'll look at doing that in the morning. I think we'll need
Okay.
to talk to the attorneys about what they have for executive session
Okay.
that day. And that's all I've got on future agendas.
Okay?
I have a question.
Yeah.
So we're kicking off the wild and scenic stakeholder process next Thursday. I'm not sure we've sent that out to everybody, but I know I will be there, and I don't know if we have to notice it if anyone
I'll be
else
there.
plans to go. It's in Marble. Is that something you would want to go to?
Yeah,
Steve?
what day was that on again?
Thursday evening in Marble, the 27th.
27th?
Yep.
Yeah, I had noticed that was happening, and I assumed that you two would be there, but it sounded like a really interesting thing to go to also, so.
This is April
We should
20
probably
April 27th?
Yeah, I'll have
have
I'll
that
have Charlotte
noticed
send out
on the,
Okay.
flyer for it.
It's a
And
busy day for me, those Thursdays.
Yeah, we
are
should
just
notice
killing
yeah,
me.
let's make sure that's noticed on our,
Did you get that, John?
So Wild and Scenic next
On the
Thursday.
27th, yeah. We should notice that because we'll probably have more than 2 commissioners.
And what time is that at
5.
5?
Are you gonna be at APTA tomorrow night?
Mm-hmm.
And then did you see the suggestion that we just go to once a month?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I don't have anything for future agendas other than what we've talked about. Does anybody else?
Nope.
Okay. So then we have board membership reports. Patty's not here. My report would mostly be from CCI. I have that open somewhere. Where is that open? And most of my report is on 1255, which we're going to talk about at open discussion. So I will just say that that's the housing bill, and CCI voted almost unanimously to oppose it. There was one person, Adams County maybe, who wanted to retain his vote for amend, but everybody else voted to oppose. And if somebody else would go on, I'll find the rest of those issues. I thought I had them up, but I don't see them right now. So, Kelly, do you want to go?
Sure, I'll go quickly. So APSHA is going to be launching this pilot program for right sizing in the inventory. And the way that it's structured right now is they will administer 5 paired housing swaps, where, 2 people come with a housing swap that they would like APSHA to consider and approve, essentially allowing for someone with a bigger unit to move to a smaller unit and a smaller unit to move to a bigger unit based on household size and without going through the lottery. There are some additional administrative requirements associated with that about how they will calculate income and assets. So for people who are retired and participating in a swap, they will be able to swap to a category that is less than what their asset level might be, their income and asset level might be. And it will also forgive 50% of their retirement savings in the asset calculation when figuring that out. So that is essentially letting someone who ostensibly could afford a higher category to move into a lower category based on downsizing their unit. And then both will need to enter into an updated deed restriction, which happens anytime there's a new closing anyway. So
it did pass, so it's now official? Or
Can't
will
remember
be
if we had
tomorrow
second.
night?
I think we had second reading on that. And so they've limited it to 5 to see how it goes, because APSHA doesn't want to sort of administratively overwhelm ourselves, and we don't know what we're going to get, frankly.
Yeah.
So it's just a pilot program, and they can always come back and say we have more than 5. But they're creating a application process, and will look at the first 5, complete applications. Now I say sort of complete in quotes because anytime there's an APSHA qualification process, usually there's some back and forth from APSHA of like, oh, you also need to provide this paperwork or this paperwork, but they're looking at like substantially complete applications is how they will determine who the first 5 are. So we'll see how that goes. Hopefully it will result into people getting put into some better maximizing of the inventory at no cost to the program.
Great. Hope it works smashingly.
So I'll limit that input on APSHA. Everything else is legislative, and I'll just go real quick. So there is a Health and Human Services bill that I've been talking with Lindsay Maish quite a lot about, where the effort is to address how kids are prosecuted and jailed, essentially. And what it would do is sort of remove 10 to 12-year-olds from the judicial system and move them into more of the behavioral health system. So currently, the Health and Human Services directors oppose it, not because they think that detention is the best solution for 10 to 12-year-olds, but because it has some issues about how you deal with like repeated violent criminals who are in that age. And because it lacks dedication of sufficient resources for the behavioral health system to meaningfully provide services to these kids.
And in addition, there's no requirement for them. There's no enforcement. There's no, they have to go and receive these services. They're just
Right.
made available to them. Some
There's a
people
lot of
thought that
fear
was a
about just
problem.
shuffling
Yeah.
around, or these kids landing back home in a situation where they can recriminalize people. So I just wanted to update on that. They really tried, I think, to make meaningful amendments on this so that kids were getting services, not just detention, but it's not moving in a positive direction right now. Tax and finance. So we are waiting to hear if there's going to be legislation related to temporary property tax relief, similarly to what was done last year, where they set kind of an exemption, a value exemption off the top, and then backfilled governments for that reduction in property tax collection. So Kerry Kennedy, who is the governor's executive appointee on all tax matters, has been meeting with a variety of groups. I'm going to meet again with her tomorrow with a variety of groups to hear about any progress on that. The solution that she has been proposing has come from the Bell Policy Center. It's called Truth in Taxation. I don't fully understand how it fits with Tabor, to be honest, but essentially it would allow local governments to retain their increased tax revenues by holding a public meeting and having those taxing decisions held very openly in the public on a year-to-year basis. So I don't fully understand all the details, but that conversation is happening. I have no idea how they're going to get that through the legislature in the last 3 weeks of session, but they did it last year in order to avoid these additional ballot initiatives that are being proposed and going through the initiative process that would be much more harmful to Colorado, I think much more regressive. For example, One initiative moving through the process would set maximum value rates at 3%, maximum value increases at 3%, which we know in Pickens County, like billionaires don't need to cap their asset increases at 3%, but that's what it would do. And so there's part of this is how do we have an end game around negotiating with those initiative proponents to pull those off the ballot by having some meaningful temporary reform. And then we can talk about some of these other land use and such bills as you like. And CJCC you all will hear from next Tuesday. And I look forward to that.
Well, my notes came up, not my notes, but the agendas came up. I don't have my notes, I'm sorry, I forgot to bring them. But we'll talk about 1255 in just a minute. 1257 is about the water problems in mobile home parks. There was an amazing amount of discussion about it. I was shocked. And quite a few counties talked about their mobile home parks and how if they don't fix the water problems in the mobile home parks, then the county can take it over. And there was horror among a lot of the county commissioners that they might actually own a mobile home park. And I was biting my tongue not to say, guys, this is an opportunity for affordable housing, but I didn't say it. So there was discussion back and forth about that, and as I recall, the vote was to amend so that they could change the language about the county taking over the mobile home park so that it wouldn't be a requirement. Is that what you remember from the very end of that? Mm-hmm. And then the streamlined solar permitting and inspection grants finally got moved forward. It had been on amend, and I think they this time voted to support it because they finally realized, oh, this isn't something we have to do, this is something that's available to us. And that's the software that supports basically residential solar projects. It's not really designed for huge solar farms kinds of tracking. And 213, I think I'll wait on that until we get to open board discussion. It's very complex. And the closed landfills passed easily. It's for counties that have closed landfills and what they have to do to remediate greatest actual risk to public health and environment. And it provides assistance in that. It's a grant program to fund remediation closed landfills. And then we talked again about the electric vehicle charging and parking requirements, and
Can I comment on the landfill one really
Yes,
quick?
please
So
do.
I would just comment that when this, we did not support that as initially introduced, at least staff did not support that landfill bill as initially introduced, but there's been major improvement with the fact that CDHPHE will now help fund some of this. So that's good movement on that bill.
And then the electrical vehicle charging and parking requirements, as I recall, I'm sorry I don't have my notes, I feel really bad about that. It didn't have a lot of discussion this time because we'd had a lot of discussion before. I think it was a monitor vote again. And I think I told you before, it's pretty mild requirements for particularly multifamily dwellings. You have to provide at least 2 EV charging stations at the expense of the developer, not the owners. Honestly, the one on rural county and
That
municipality
one's
energy
dead.
efficient building codes. What?
It's dead.
Yeah. And the rent control, I don't remember what happened with that. Do you remember that?
I don't think it's moved out of committee.
Yeah, okay.
I'm guessing it's gonna die on the calendar.
The greenhouse gas emission reduction measures, we had already voted to support that. That did not change.
Can I mention one more that I
Yeah.
forgot about? So we had taken a position of support for the stream restoration bill. And what this would do is essentially cleans up sort of legal vagueness around whether a stream restoration project would require a water right. And we had support, as written, was really strong and really great. It got weakened at the midnight hearing.
No, that's right.
To only apply to minor stream restoration projects. The fear is the dam beavers, the beaver dams. And that because they can impound water, that downstream users would be negatively affected by their water right. And so all the water attorneys kind of got up in arms about it, and they sought and got an amendment to reduce it to minor stream restoration projects, which, QQ felt like is still progress in the right direction. This is still really meaningful for good stream restoration. It also does not require water adjudication in response to restoration projects from flood or fire or debris flow. So that's kind of a big win, too. So when I testified, I just said, we like the bill as written, please don't amend it. And they amended it, and it passed out of committee.
And then there's one about pooling oil and gas things that I listened to, and I honestly didn't understand it at all. So I'm sure I can't report back to you. It came up at the Oil and Gas Symposium, too. They talked about pooling. Okay.
Glazing.
It's something about if you own at least 45% of the rights for this particular oil and gas location, then you do get a say in whether or not the actual minerals are extracted, rather than just being pooled in with the other owners, if I'm not mistaken. Something like that, I'm sorry. And the other one was the access to state parks, and whether or not the state was going to reimburse us a portion, reimburse counties a portion of the sticker fees, or whatever those fees are generated by, the daily vehicle passes, and then also like
License fees or something?
Yeah, something like that. And so CCI initiated the bill, and they are supporting the bill, and I'm not quite sure where it is in the lineup right now, but it's something that CCI wants, is for the counties to get reimbursed for all their access roads to state parks, because we have to maintain all the roads.
Right, we should have a share of the revenue.
Yeah. Okay, that's that. BLM has another big game corridor meeting. I believe it's tomorrow, or maybe it's the next day, and Ellen is going to attend that as well. I'm not going to attend that. They have the first draft ready for review, I think, but they're getting ready to put it out. That's it for me. Steve?
So I wasn't at CCI because I was at Club 20 last Thursday and Friday. So Club 20, couple things going on. They are going to be picking a new executive director because Kristen Reese resigned. She's working for the University of Colorado and doing functions for them in Grand Junction. So they will be picking soon a new executive director, that's a big position to fill. I'm anxious to hear who they select. The Friday program was very informational. It was all about resilience in the face of climate change, and they looked at it from a water standpoint, from an economic development standpoint, from an energy standpoint. They kind of looked at it from all the different aspects of things that people in western Colorado are facing. And so that was really pretty interesting. And I spent a lot of time with Chris Treese, who used to work for the River District and is retired from that now, but he is the head of the water committee there at Club 20. And so that was really interesting, getting kind of back into the know-how of what's going on in the water world. Let's see, there was one thing that was forwarded by the Energy Committee. It all had to do with management of the Roan Plateau. That was the only one that we changed. I serve on that subcommittee. And it was just kind of updating the policy to match the reality of what is on the ground. So the Garfield County Commissioners support preserving the Ronan Plateau and not just developing all of it and doing, you know, just limited resource extraction pretty sensitively. So it's kind of neat that they're taking that position, at least for one part of their county, which is like a really high elevation ecological treasure that they have there, really, and they really are protecting it to a large degree compared to what they allow in other parts of the county. The other things are, I seem to always have senior council meeting right after we have board reports, so that will be tomorrow. And the opioid settlement things, I don't have anything new on that. Or Vintage only meets 4 times a year, so I don't have anything new on that right now. That's all.
That's it.
Okay, so John needs to leave in a little while, so if you, and we're gonna have Valerie talk to us, so if you
I'd
could
rather,
not take the-
I can certainly, I've got a little bit to say about a bunch of different things, but nothing's urgent. So I can defer to John if you want to cut to the chase and move things along.
Yeah, thank you, Greg. I appreciate it. We're having a neighborhood meeting at the Schultz building at 5:30, and I need to boogie down there. But thank you for letting us move to open discussion. So I want to start off kind of explaining the context. So we're here to talk about fire projects that we've been, mitigation projects that we have been negotiating partnerships on and such. And I think you already got a note thanking you for what we're about to ask you to do. So I'll apologize for us being a little bit out of order. I think that's on me being out of town on a few key dates here. So, but the board will recall that we budgeted $50,000 this year and carried forward another $25,000 for a total of $75,000 to partner on fire mitigation projects. And really, we've been focused first on our partners with Forest Service, and then also with our fire districts. And so Valerie has been hard at work about putting those dollars to use. I think you already got an email on some of these projects, but we are here today to talk about use of about $40,000 of those funds for mitigation projects. And then there will be another ask against those funds. I think we don't have a firm dollar amount on the Sunnyside valuation. Is that right? That we also want to start playing in some of the environmental and cultural survey work to tee up mitigation projects in this valley and in the WUI. And so
Yeah, we did get a letter from Kevin.
yeah, well, we're really hoping that you're going to think these are as good an idea as we do. And this was really our commitment, was to come back, and we've already appropriated the funds, so you don't need to appropriate. It's more thumbs up, let's move forward with these.
Thumbs up, let's move forward with these.
Okay.
Let's.
I'm Valerie McDonald, Pickton County Emergency Manager, and it's actually exciting for me to be here at 5 o'clock on a Tuesday night, because how many times have I been in this room saying we're working on identifying projects? So I'm delighted to be updating you on projects. And I'm going to be really brief. I know you're behind, but there's more information available, and we can bring our partners in as well. But there are several projects that we are working on and making great progress with this spring, and you already know about all of them, I think. But the first one I'll mention is there's 3 burns planned, one in Collins Creek, one in Bradrick Creek, and one in Avalanche. Bradrick and Avalanche are both up the Crystal River Valley. And then there's also a project planned in Faloha. And Open Space and Trails is working with the U.S. Forest Service on that, and I believe they've appropriated Forest Service $10K, Open Space and Trails $30K, and CPW $10,000. So it's 80 acres And they plan on doing that sometime June, July, if you give the final approval.
And is this Faloha itself, the meadow, the grass?
I believe so. But Liza is the person who's spearheading
Got it.
that with
Okay.
U.S. Forest Service. Then these.
Wait a minute, could you just say that again? June or July for burning grasses?
No, I'm sorry, that's a mastication project.
Okay, great.
Handwork and mastication. Good
Okay.
catch on that. I'll slow down.
In Faloha.
I'm trying to be quick, but
Yeah.
yeah, Faloha is mastication and handwork.
Okay.
Bradrick and Avalanche are prescribed fires. I'm gonna have to slow it down just a little. So the prescribed fire, Bradrick Creek, Pitkin County, for both Bradrick and Avalanche, it would be $40,000. It's about almost 1,800 acres. It's hard to say for sure because it depends on burn conditions. And then Avalanche is 500 to 900 acres. And so the funding formula, these are all partnerships. We worked really hard to bring everybody to the table, so it's not just the county. Pitkin County, 40,000, Carbondale Fire, 30,000, Colorado CPW, Colorado Parks and Wildlife, 10,000, and the Forest Service, 10,000.
Have you had input from adjoining landowners?
Carbondale Fire has done outreach as well as the Forest Service.
Well, my family lives right across the street from Avalanche Creek, and the 900-acre forest fire across the street is a little scary to imagine, depending on the conditions, of course. And also because of just that whole area. So so the whole campground and everything will be closed during this time, or open, or?
Yes, and the Forest Service has quite an extensive management plan. I mean, it might seem like these happen quickly. You got that email, and if weather conditions had been right, they might have started burning yesterday. But these management plans take at least 2 years to develop.
But so,
they do not.
so Avalanche is closed while they're doing the burning, the road, the campgrounds, everything's closed?
Yes, just during the burn period.
Yeah.
And we can confirm that and have Kevin come in here if you'd like to address that
Well,
further.
I could just call Kevin about my concern about this one spot. It's just that it's such a heavily used place. It's hard to imagine a big forest fire in there.
Right, and if it would be great if it was going on this week during a perfectly dead time, but with the snow that came in and the wind today, they don't see a burn window this week. They're hopeful for the weekend, possibly next week, but there's also a potential that we'll lose the burn window completely, and these will get postponed. So I understand your concern. I am surprised we haven't heard more from the public, but we have, and I think people are getting used to the idea that we have to be more proactive in mitigating our wildfire risk.
Yeah, it's just, most of them are in places that aren't so heavily used and have a big road up the middle that 4x4s love to go up, and horse
Right.
trailers and, all that stuff. And then all the population right around there, it's just really tight in there. It's kind of, just makes me nervous, I guess.
Yes, I understand, but we work with hardcore professionals. They're
Yeah, I know.
they're
I
burn
respect
unit,
them
and
too.
If you remember, was it last year or the year before, we did the Forest Service did Collins Creeks during a red flag warning day, but the conditions there were perfect. So we place a lot of trust in the Forest Service and their ability to do this safely. There's no room for error, to your point.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yes, good questions. And if you want to look at this map, I thought this was a great map. If you start at the top, we did the mitigation work. It was a mastication project, Swiss Village, I think a year and a half ago. And then down below, the other green area, we did that last spring, 138 acres mastication project north of the town of Redstone. And so the area I don't know what color that is, but let's call it pink. Avalanche Creek, that's one of the proposed burn areas. And then the one right below it is Faloha, hand treatment and mastication. And then the next
entire
one,
thing is hand treatment and mastication, or just in the meadow itself?
hand treatment and mastication.
For the entire pink swath as well as the orange?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. That seems like a
And they're
lot.
talking about 80 acres in there.
I don't know how they'd get a masticator in there. Up above, you know.
Yeah.
And then the last one over to the left is the Braddock Creek. And
And that's up Coal Basin.
And Carbondale Fire is delighted to get this work done. And you can see when you look at the overview of what we've done there, breaking up the fuels so we could actually fight a fire more safely is really dramatic. And these are shovel-ready projects. I mean, why are we focusing so much in the Crystal Valley? It's because they're shovel-ready projects.
Can you bring it down south a little bit? I mean, yeah, south a little bit. So that looks like Redstone Pastures.
It looks like what?
Redstone Pastures. I guess it's up above Redstone Pastures.
Well, right down the road it is, yeah. You're
Yeah,
right.
it's up above. It's above Redstone
Yeah, it's
Pastures.
up Coal Basin a little bit.
Uh-huh. Interesting. Is that like oak brush that they're talking about burning there? Or, because there's some pretty big forests up there. Is that mostly oak brush?
I've
up-
got that sheet, but I don't have it with me. What type of fuels are in there?
I guess just have to believe they know what they're doing.
And Kevin Warner is completely available to come and address this further if you would like that. So
That means we're gonna get a lot of smoke here.
that's part of the burn management
Right.
plan. I mean,
And
you've
when-
been here when they burned Hunter Creek. I mean, they wait until that smoke's going to disperse away from us.
Mhm.
Not to say it's perfect, we're dealing with weather, but
Right.
my experience in this valley is they've been spot on.
When they catch the wind direction, yeah, that's just prevailing is from there this way, so I can imagine we'll know about it.
Do you guys want to hear more from Kevin, or should I just call him myself?
I'm okay.
You're okay?
I don't think so.
Okay.
So the next work that the county would like to do is, you know, we talk about shovel-ready projects. I mean, 85% of the land in Pickens County, just about 85% is federal. So, you know, the game plan here is to partner with them, enable them to get work done on federal land. Big cross-jurisdictional landscape scale projects. We need to work with the feds because they own most of the property. These projects have been shovel-ready for a couple of years. They didn't have funding. So this partnership will help get this work done. There's not that much there isn't any more shovel-ready work available. There are some more burns, though they're still burning planned for Hunter Creek, not this year is my understanding, and Collins Creek, but shovel-ready projects are hard to come by. So John and I talked with the Forest Service and Sunnyside. They'd like to prep that for work in a couple years. Not as exciting as a shovel-ready project. We're going to do this right now, but you have to start somewhere. So Pickens County and Aspen Fire Department are looking at funding that. It's part of the 40 grand you already know about. And then I mentioned Collins Creek. Pickens County is not a funding partner in that. We wanted to, at least at this point, fund projects that were closer to wildland-urban interface areas. So we're not a funding partner, but I just wanted to make you aware that the Forest Service is getting ready to do that if they get the right conditions.
Great.
And that's 1,500 acres.
And where's that one?
It's up above Woody Creek.
Okay, right. Oh, that's Collins Creek again.
Yeah,
Yeah,
sorry.
they burned that 2 years ago or 3 years ago.
Right, and then they tried to last year, but they lost the burn window. So we're trying to get that done again this spring.
Okay.
Okay, so moving along. This is a little lopsided, but we have a proposal from Roaring Fork Fire. So the other half of our game plan here is to partner with the feds, but then we also want to support our 3 fire protection districts and working with private landowners to get work done as well. So those other projects and then this project are really good models of what we're trying to accomplish here. So Roaring Fork Fire's come to us. I wish this map was the other way. Sorry about that. But they are working with the Homeowners Association at Cypress Mountain Ranch, which is in the old Snowmass area. They would like the county to help fund this project 50-50 with the Sopers Mountain Ranch Homeowners Association. It would be $13,000 for the HOA and for Pitkin County each. They want to get work done. This is a fuel break. If you look at Sopers Mountain Ranch, it's surrounded by public lands. They want to get work done this spring along this white fence line, a fuel break. It's 4.4 miles.
Of mastication?
Yes, that's mastication and handwork, but primarily mastication. So the intent is to build a fuel break, again, to break up the fuels, and there's a lot of other advantages too. It's a spot where they could defend the area if there was a fire. If they had to drop retardant, they've got empty ground to drop it on versus a tree canopy, so it's much more effective.
And that's only along the fence, the property line.
Correct.
Interesting.
And this is the start of a 5-year project.
It's thick up there. It's a lot of aspen up in there.
And they're looking, I asked the question, I figured one of you would ask, how wide is this fuel break? About 20 feet, but that's not an easy question because it has to do with the height of the trees. It has to be 2.5 times the height of it got very complex. But I've talked to the contractor, and it's essentially 20 feet at this point is what they hope to do there. And Roaring Fork Fires made a big point, and they wanted you to know that this project's moving along faster. They didn't think they'd get to this until next year, but they plan on putting money in their budget so they can help fund this work going forward. But it's the first time we've been able to bring private homeowners to the table.
Mm-hmm.
This is really exciting in my opinion. So I'll stop there, but if you have questions on that, I'd be happy to take them.
And they want to do 50-50
Got a lot of stuff in my
split.
neighborhood today, Valerie.
We're trying to move up this way, trust me.
That's a 50-50 cost split with the county and the other entities, the homeowners.
The homeowner association.
Right. So,
Yes.
so we're
And-
building a fire break around their property line.
Correct.
And then will they go in and do more within their property in the next 5 years? or-
Yes, and then Roaring Fork Fire's plan is to bring the BLM and U.S. Forest Service to get work done on both sides of that fence. So it's really exciting when you look at the possibilities, but this is the first step, hoping to get work done
Great.
this
And
spring.
Hopefully
So
that will
this
lead
is
to
just-
other neighborhoods.
Just the south and the east and the west boundaries.
Yep, yep. And the other
And-
is Sopers Creek Road.
Isn't that mostly aspen on the south side?
I think it might be. Yeah. It
It
kinda
looks like it from the road. It looks like it's all aspen, which I find interesting, because I always think of, oak brush and stuff as getting work, not
I
aspen.
used to live in Old Snowmass, and there's a lot of sagebrush and such there.
Yeah, but this is not really old
This is-
Snowmass.
this
This
is-
is the top of the crown.
Up
Yeah.
towards Dinkle and Hay, yeah.
So, okay, well,
So those are projects that we've got in the works that we wanted to update you on. So as John said, we kind of got the cart before the horse. But here we are asking if you approve of these projects.
Yeah, my question would be, what other neighborhood woo-y sort of projects can we tee up next? I think it's great that they're doing that. How did they manage to make that happen? And can
Because
we
of their fire
replicate
dep-
it?
Sorry.
Well, can we replicate it in my neighborhood or that neighborhood right there across the hill? Red Mountain, or where else can we replicate this? How did they make it work?
Partnering with their fire department and having an engaged HOA. Those are the two ingredients. Having tried numerous things, you've been with me along
Right,
the road.
yep.
If you don't have homeowners that are engaged,
Yeah.
you're not going anywhere. So it was just a perfect combo of all the ingredients that are needed to get work done.
Great. I look forward to seeing it happen.
But yeah, Aspen Fire and your HOA, know you and your HOA are gung-ho, and I expect Aspen Fire and Carbondale Fire to be coming with us with proposals. This is the first one. They're gonna see this and go,
Yeah.
we need to get in on that. Or the HOAs are gonna call their fire department and say, let's do this.
Sure. When they see their insurance rates going up or
Yep.
losing their insurance, yeah.
It's interesting that property owners, like the people at Soapers Mountain Ranch, which do not have small properties, are contributing altogether $15,000, like,
13.
and we help
13.
them pay for their fire station too, and these are multi-millionaires that
Yeah,
live up
there's
there.
54 homes in there, and I understand. You've heard me over the years. I've never thought that money was the hang-up around here with the homeowners.
Yeah.
And the funds that are available. I hear you.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I mean,
And-
those places up there are fancy dancy.
And I also want to mention, just on behalf of the Forest Service, I just have been indoctrinated. They're not putting as much money into it, but what it costs them to get a project to shovel ready with staff time and all the surveys and everything, the NEPA
Mhm.
studies, everything that they have to do, that's substantial.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah. So
And plus, the property owners are also saying, yeah, you can come in and cut down these gorgeous trees, so, I mean, that is a concession, for sure.
Yeah, yeah. And this project, it's not 100% fully fleshed out, but they want to know they have the funding, and then they'll get it over the finish line.
Yeah. And this may be, sort of below the Aspen. I'm gonna drive up there as soon as I can, check it out, but it's great that they're cooperating.
Yes.
Thank you for bringing this to us, Valerie.
Yeah, thanks.
You're welcome.
Thumbs
So
up for me.
Do you have, so that's the
It's
question.
not very much money. Like, you're not coming in and asking us for millions upon millions.
No.
No, Kelly?
No, I'm good with it. I was all thumbs up at the beginning.
I thought I heard
It's all
no, and I was
good.
like,
No,
oh.
no.
Steve?
I said, no, you're not asking for millions upon millions. That's what Francie said.
Did you
No,
answer?
that's a good,
Okay.
I like the project.
No, hopefully it leads to a lot more. We have to start somewhere, right? So.
This is awesome.
I had
You
a
guys are
project.
amazing.
I'm thinking it might, probably the reason they're putting money into it, it will probably reduce their
Insurance.
homeowners' insurance
Yeah.
rates
Mm-hmm.
substantially, I would think.
They should be highly motivated.
Yeah.
Thank you all.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for coming.
Kara, we're ready for you anytime you're ready. So I just want to give you guys a warning that there is a pinyon pine Ips beetle infestation in my neck of the woods and down near Glenwood, and Kevin didn't know anything about it. So I called the Colorado State Forest Service, which is really a helpful organization. They're out of CSU, and they usually have a field agent in Grand Junction, but they're short one there, so our guy right now is out of Granby. And so once these beetles infect your pinions, it's really quick. They die really quick. They go from beautiful green to all red and dead in a month. We have 8 that we're in the process of cutting down, huge old growth pinion trees that are like 300 years old.
Oh my God.
One of them blew over. I told you guys about that when it blew over in a windstorm like a month ago. And now we have to get that tree out of there right away because the pinions, the beetles that were in the
And that
ones that
one.
are dead will go into that next and reproduce in that tree because it's still green. It's a nightmare. It's changing the nature of our property completely. It's really sad. So anyway, they're out and about. So if you have any pinion trees on your hill over there, I imagine you have some, or do you have the spruce and the fir?
There's only a few pinions on the whole place.
Yeah, keep your eye out, because once or if you hear of anybody, the homeowners need to act really fast. It's not a good scenario.
Is there any way to prevent them from moving
Yes,
into
you can
your
spray,
tree?
and you can pick the trees that you really want to. We have 75 trees, so. But for people who don't have so many of the old growth trees, they can pick their most valuable favorite trees and spray them. It's pretty expensive. And you have to do it like 2 or 3 times a year, and then if your neighbors don't spray, and they come over from your neighbor's trees, it's not a great prognosis. It's kind of a sad situation. And normally, the Colorado State Forest Service will send people out to help you, but of course, they're all short on employees, so they can't. So Rio's frantically cutting down trees, and then we're gonna get a chipper. And apparently you can chip them, once you get them down, you can chip them, and then if you cover the chips for a certain amount of time, it keeps the aromatics from the chips from attracting more beetles. And Kevin had no idea that we had it in the area, which was interesting. I don't think people, if they have one or two trees with it, they'd call the Forest Service, you know, or something, but anyway.
Well, you coming up?
I was gonna let you all keep talking.
About
Please
trees.
don't do that.
Should we start talking about beavers? Are you looking to kill some time?
Hello, everyone.
Hi.
I am here to support you all and just to have a conversation and an update around House Bill 1255, and as it relates to Senate Bill 213. Francie, would you like me to give an update, or would you or Kelly like to kick us off?
Why don't you just do it, Carol? You've been
Okay.
working on it for days on end. Just go for it.
Okay. So as an update, there are 4 pending amendments that we are aware of from the bill sponsors on 1255. Some of them go far and help improve the bill, and some of them are still very concerning. So what I can give an update on is one does provide an exemption for rural and resort communities to still have an anti-growth cap as defined, as long as affordable housing of 170% AMI is excluded from that growth cap. I think this addresses one of the concerns that we talked about last week of ensuring there's an exemption for affordable housing. The latest update I have is that this is an amendment that is being considered, but we do not yet know if it is truly going to be brought forward. And so one of the things we really are working on, and I have a one-pager that we can start to share out to, is ensuring that we reach out to our representatives, in particular Velasco, because it still has not yet gone to the House floor. And any of our peer communities and rural resort communities to ensure that this exemption is brought forward as an amendment when it goes to the House floor.
Are they still in session today?
They are still in session, but I think the House has adjourned. The full House has adjourned, so any calls tonight would be helpful. And then we are working on a couple of red lines to the other amendments. So the 3 different amendments that we have, and I'm just going to pull this up, is related to, and I could use some direction, is related to the definition of the land use law, which still, as we talked about last week, is extremely broad and has unintended consequences. One of the questions as we've been working with our team is there is a definition of local law in Senate Bill 213, and so one of the things that we have spoken about is we know that the sponsors are not supportive of totally striking the language, but the definition of the local law in Senate Bill 213 is much more contained, and so that is a local law, code, ordinance, policy, regulation, or rule. So it removes the concept of standard, initiative, procedure, guideline, or requirement. So it helps kind of keep it a little bit more contained. And I just have a question, as there are moving parts with Senate Bill 213, if you all think that is a good strategy to mirror that language with 213 or not. That is the red lines that we have proposed.
So what you're saying is that 006 would then, it would be language that would mean that the land law definition would be the land law definition that's in 213.
Correct.
Can I ask for a clarifying question? Because my assumption on all this, that still sucks. We don't think we're not sure we're going to kill it. So focusing the preemption on affordable housing as you laid out, which is in rural resort communities targeting housing less than 170% AMI, means that the anti-growth law and land use law definitions would only apply to how affordable housing gets built in the county.
Really?
So if one, right? I mean, the definition still applies, but then it really only applies if we're talking about affordable housing.
Just us.
How it would be implemented in Picken County.
Okay, I thought you meant the whole state.
So,
Okay,
so
I'm with you.
assuming that the amendment that narrows it just to affordable housing for 170% AMI takes effect, which is not could maybe not happen. That's not a for sure thing. But say it does. So we're only talking then about how affordable housing for 170% AMI gets done in Picken County. Like we can't, so if a developer came in and said, I want to build a 30-unit, affordable housing complex on a zone in Picken County, like we would have to allow it, except for how the other parts of the bill work, right?
Under 17?
Huh?
Under Amendment 017?
Yeah, that's what I just want to be clear about. So if we're talking about, our land use code doesn't really doesn't exempt affordable housing, anyway. It doesn't stop affordable housing anyway. So I'm just trying to figure out how these would work together. You see?
Yeah, and
what I
thank
mean?
you. I'm sorry. There's
Okay.
been too many conversations that not everyone was in. So
Yeah.
let me take a step back. So it's a great question. We can follow up. Our initial understanding right now is that if Amendment 17 moved forward, we would essentially be exempt. And so the conversation we had earlier this morning is, okay, how much do we want to push on the other amendments?
Mhm.
And so it's a little bit of where do we play, and that's where our focus as a county is, based on kind of the discussion today, is continuing to push for that amendment. That being said, that amendment is not guaranteed, and so we still think that the breadth of the language in L006 and L007 undermines kind of our zoning and our rights for subdivision, and so we want to propose redlined changes to those amendments that would help get that more defined.
Can I just add to that?
Mm-hmm.
So also part of the discussion that we had earlier was that if we get 017, the Amendment 17, that only helps the rural resort communities.
yeah.
And what is our obligation to all the other counties in the state who will have this other incredibly unclear, unspecific, heavy-handed zoning and land use, whatever it's called, put on top of them? And so if we push only for 17 because we don't want all our eggs in that basket, then are we sort of abandoning our other counties? Do we have a responsibility there, or an ethical sense that we should be helping the entire state and not just ourselves? That was part of that conversation about that.
Mhm.
And so I don't know.
So I think you bring up a good point and how it might actually be applied, but I think in the kind of overarching is the exemption saves, for lack of a better word, our current land use code and a lot of what is being done, but that we would still just have concerns about the breadth because there's probably still unintended that we don't understand, and we don't know if the amendment would even carry forward.
So if we were to contact Representative Velasco as individual commissioners tonight, what are you proposing that we say?
So there's kind of a three-pronged approach that we're working on. There is another amendment that talks to the moratorium, and Kelly, this is just reflective of the point that you brought up, to ensure that the moratorium does not occur after development, but while development or amending land use plans. So there was traction for Steve and Greg, there was some movement on the moratorium piece, so it's been broadened, but we still had some concerns. And then also trying to advocate that Right now, it is 12 months for every 5-year period, and our argument is we could all name communities right now that have had many more natural disasters in 2 weeks, let alone 5 years. And so making sure that it's either the 5-year is removed or that a moratorium is, the restriction is just on the same subject, not on, for any county government. So the approach that we are asking for all of you, and I can share a one-pager at the end, is one, kind of sharing our support of Amendment 17, asking any peers to also reach out to their representatives in support of Amendment 17, and at the same time recognizing the point that we talked about last time is that it does a lot, we're supportive of it, but there still is for all of Colorado, and the intention of the plan is that the affordability should be the exemption for the entire state, not just rural resort.
So our peers, meaning people like Kathy and people in rural resort communities?
Yep. And then also sharing some of the clarifications around the amendments that we would like to see. One, to ensure that it is complementary to 213 and doesn't have an unintended consequence and be in direct conflict with the 213 language, and then ensuring to the moratorium that local control is still available, and really speaking to there's a lot of things that can happen, and I think an easy selling point for legislators would be climate change and natural disasters. Those all happen, and you don't want to limit that ability.
Just on the moratorium, on 9.
Yep.
Can you give us a one-pager? Thank you. I'll rely on that.
Yeah, I think there's some eagerness to see that.
I have it drafted and can send it out here after I come off, but wanted to just give you all an update, see if that's the approach you want to keep moving, and maintaining, I guess, still the pose unless amended, because those amendments have not actually been brought forward.
Definitely.
Okay. 213 hasn't been to the Senate floor yet, hasn't passed yet, has it?
So they're on a very long delay for when the committee right now. And I'm told there's like a lot of negotiation happening, and they don't know if there's the votes
To get it out of committee? Seriously?
They were
Wow.
supposed to start 2 hours ago.
Wow.
Talking about it.
Well, that'll be disappointing for Polis.
It sure would. Yep.
So we will be paying close attention and see how that impacts 1255, because that might give more leverage to 1255 to move forward. So,
or it might give them more impetus for 1255, depending on.
Yep. So that is
Thanks,
the path.
Kara.
We will share talking points, and again.
And I don't even know. I don't know if this whole board knows, but so our outreach consultants who have been helping us with the growth committee have had some availability to work as our paid lobbyists on this. So John and Kara hired them to lobby on this bill for us as well. So they've been doing that.
Great.
And one of them used to work right in the governor's office, so that was super handy. Yeah.
That's who we talked with it. No.
And one of the reasons we brought them on was mostly they've done a lot of work in the Southwest region as well, and through the TRP and transportation bill, there's kind of already a coalition of connections that they had built up, and so that was where we said, this becomes not just Pitkin County's piece, but is a rural and western slope piece that we can start to tap into.
Whatever you can share with that, along with the one pager, would be great. Just because if I call Conservation Colorado or whomever else, feel like I'm still playing catch up constantly.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And we have to do it tonight.
Yeah. I don't see when it's scheduled.
I will just say there will be kind of a list of prioritizations. I think the number one priority is Velasco and reaching out to any of your peers to make sure they're reaching out to House representatives, since this has not gone to the floor. Our biggest push right now is to make sure that that amendment is brought forward in the House commit, or not House committee.
The exemption amendment?
Correct.
That's number 17.
Yeah.
And
So that is like, if you were to make any calls or outreach tonight, that's the number one, and then we've got a strategy set up for as it goes to the Senate.
including Summit, Tamara?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I think that she knows.
Yeah, I think she's opposed to the
Yeah,
whole
yeah.
thing, but she might not be aware. I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure anybody we reach out to is not gonna be on the other side. You know. Did you hear the announcement about Hillary, by the way?
Yes, I did. I know.
Losing a big ally in
The
CCI.
Hillary Cooper from San Miguel is going to be the new OEDIT Director of Housing.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, we'll really miss her at CCI. She's got such a powerful
Yeah,
voice.
she was in the last 2 years of her term, so I think
Yeah.
this is good.
It's really exciting for her and for the state.
Yeah.
Okay. Am I gonna wait and send out this other thing to Dixon?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep, I've got everything ready for you. And so the other piece is, and I can work Kelly and Francie with you offline about also amplifying this through CCI and CCAT as well.
Sure.
And what?
CCAT.
Yeah. They want to know what our
'Kay.
additional amendments are, so they're ready
Yep.
and waiting for it.
So you're gonna send us the redlined
I'm gonna send you
for 6, 7, and 9?
I am gonna send you a one-pager along with the red lines that you can be to all commissioners, that you can share out to any of your advocates. Francie and Kelly, I have specific language that you can share to CCAT and CCI.
Okay.
Since they have direct lines into the bill sponsors, as well as Francie, I have language to reach out directly to the bill sponsors.
Okay. Alrighty.
Great.
Anything else we need to talk about today, guys? And Dora would probably love to go home.
I was just gonna say, Rawapa has our watershed summit coming up. Is that on the? There are a couple dates. Let me just pull those up real quick. Just so, we should have an email. You should have emails, but let me just see what April said. May 11th is the Board of Health retreat. I'm just looking at dates that are important, and I won't go into any details beyond that. Let's see. The Watershed Summit is on May 11th. It's 8:30 a.m. to 4 p.m., but it's broken down into several different, you could dip in, I think, is the way to look at it. You don't have to be there for the entire day, because I know we're going to get a lot of retreats and summits coming up, or at least I do in most of my boards.
I didn't get a chance to tell you about the oil and gas symposium. I'm not going to take your time now, but I am going to try to send you a link to a TED Talk that was given at lunch the first day by a guy named Tinker from the University of Texas, which is totally worth your time to watch. It's incredibly entertaining. The map work is phenomenal, and it really helps you see where we stand in the world of energy. So I'll try and send that on to you guys.
Tinker from Texas.
He was incredible and so funny. Oh my God, he was fantastic. He was worth the whole symposium.
Oh, good.
I sat next to Adam Frisch, and we were both like, wow, that was amazing. Okay, let's adjourn. I think it's
that's
Tuesday,
enough.
so we
Yeah.
can just adjourn. We are adjourned, Andorra.